with my brow.
Hi, welcome to PJ Baby's YouTube channel, and tonight we are going to talk geeky with the panel. Yay! Hi guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Celebrity Squares.
Celebrity Squares. One more. We'll just slot that in there.
Yeah.
So, what's people been up to this week? What have you been watching, talking about, thinking about?
Loki.
Not
seen it.
I've been thinking about
Heard
that.
a lot about it.
It's so crap.
What is
People
it?
are devastated.
Yeah. Well, it's
That
not
is.
Master Universe, is it? It's
No, this is
somebody else's show.
He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. This is the original.
Yeah, cool.
None of that.
Oh,
Yeah.
None of that pants.
What do you guys think
I
of
enjoyed
the
that.
new trailer? What was the new trailer? And what did you guys think of the new trailer?
The Taylor show? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
show.
exactly what I said last night when I saw it for the first time. It just basically, where's He-Man?
Yeah,
And
because
even-
if you notice, that was all from the same episode. Like
Yeah.
the one with all He-Man in it, it was all from the same episode. I think there was one part where it was the actual, like, from another episode because she had a haircut. But, that crazy, like, shaved haircut that she's got,
Crazy,
like-
right?
Yeah.
But well,
Yeah.
what's his name? Smith. He's gonna probably get it in the neck when it comes out. And if it is true that Taylor is the
He doesn't
star of the
care.
show,
Aye, but
He
he'll
doesn't care.
just say,
He
but
didn't like the show in the first place.
I think
it's
he'll
a-
not care for the simple reason he says it's He-Man centric. I didn't say he was in them all, so that'll be his excuse.
crazy, absolutely crazy. Same thing happened with Loki as well. I mean, Loki's a guest star in his own show, especially in episode 4. What a load of pants! Really was absolute crap. Anyway, we went
Hiddleston probably had other things to do, He's like, oh, look, I don't have time for this. I'll just take the.
Do you know what
paycheck and-
happened, Matt? He probably was like reading the script and going, "Wait a sec, I'm not the star of my own show." And they gave him the check, and he went, "Okay, that's fine, I'll do it." You know what I mean? The noughts in it must have been really big.
Oh
Proof
God,
ignore
aye.
it.
In all fairness, we slag him and shout, but see if somebody actually walked up to any one of us and said, "Would you like to star in one?" And here's a big check. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah.
problem. Oh, tell
There
me
you
what
go.
to say.
except for Boyega.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure at the beginning he would have done the exact same. Now he's got some cash behind him. He's allowed to actually now say,
yeah.
"Nah."
true.
If I had the cash behind me, I would say no, but I've not got the cash behind me, so please.
What did I see today? I saw tomorrow's War with
See,
Pratt.
that is on my list because I've
Yeah, I
had
saw that.
3
I thought
recommendations to that, and I've been told it is really good. And considering
It
it's
is
a
good.
new one, I've got and it's on Amazon Prime. I
Yeah.
have put it on my to watch list, and I was surprised that I was even considering it based
it's
on the
okay.
fact it's new.
It's okay. It's not a great film, but it's entertaining. I'll just put it that way. So
I was watching The Predator this week, right? And I watched the first one, right? Because that's a classic.
First
But then
one
I
is
thought,
brilliant.
I hadn't seen the last one, right?
oh,
And so
God.
anyway,
God.
I watched it, and I'm like, okay. And then I got to the end, and then it was like, oh, what's in that casket? And I'm like, okay, well, let's see who's in it. I'm hoping it's Arnie. And anyway, it cracked open, and there was this little pod that came out of this big thing. And I'm like, what the fuck is that? And it's like, oh, it's a new suit. And I'm like, they've
That's
changed the
terrible.
ending. I can tell. And I
Yeah.
actually Googled it, and it actually changed the entire ending. It was supposed to be Ripley from Aliens.
Oh, really?
Oh my
cool.
God.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
yeah. She had a face hugger on, like a mechanical face hugger, and on the lapel it had Ripley written on it. So it wasn't actually Sigourney Weaver, of course.
No.
But that was supposed to save the future, And I thought, wow, they're really scraping the bottom of the barrel, especially since it makes no sense Ripley's actually there,
You know why they did it? Because of Alien versus Predator.
I was just
no,
going to
no.
say that must have been from the crossover because obviously
it
we
does
were
make
talking about
sense.
Predator.
Because in the third Alien, she was a clone, wasn't she? And she
Yeah.
survived, and they were heading towards Earth. That was the end of the third Alien.
That was the fourth Alien. The third,
the fourth one. Sorry, yeah, you're right. The fourth.
the
Sorry.
first,
Yeah,
one,
but
she jumps in the lava and they have to
Yeah.
clone her after that.
Yeah. So it does make a bit of sense, I guess. I don't know.
yeah, well, it was either that, or it was either going to be Ripley, or it was going to be either Newt. Those two, they were swapping between the two, and it's like, well,
man.
Newt died as well, so that makes no freaking sense.
Yeah, they killed them
Yeah,
all off screen.
I will never forgive them for that. I refuse to watch. I refuse to watch the third film. It doesn't exist for me.
Yeah.
I have
film.
never been able to sit through the third film. I've always fallen asleep every time. I
mean, there's dark, and then there's just, why don't we just throw ourselves off a building?
yeah.
I know. See, I don't like nihilistic movies. I don't like ones that are too dark. I don't mind a horror as long as it's not a nihilistic. So the monster gets vanquished, the good guys win.
Hey,
at the end. I'm okay with that.
That's like Alien Covenant. Alien Covenant. It's like, well, there was no point because David was you couldn't half tell that David was the bad guy like throughout that whole show, and then the other guy looked exactly like him, so he's just going to switch right, and that's exactly what they did, and it was so awful and predictable, and you knew that they were going to lose. And I mean that character from Prometheus, she ended up getting dissected because she was stupid enough to put his head back on because he's a psycho robot. So hey, I trust him, Yeah, right. That was stupid.
The whole thing was stupid.
Yeah.
Didn't make any sense. None of it made any sense, but hey.
Yeah. When I was in the charity shop today, I picked up Alien versus Predator. So I'm going.
Why did you pick that up?
It's just because it's one to see. You can switch it on, switch your brain off, and just watch the violence, just watch the carnage. No. Story wise, there's nothing. But just for not having to think about anything, just with carnage in the background, I am okay with that.
Right, I could not finish Alien versus Predator because I just got bored.
It's a bit with the scar, which you are marked out with the alien. No, I just thought I was stupid, but it's just the part where you could just switch on and just watch the carnage, and that's the parts. I sometimes if I'm doing something and I just want something in the background, things that I don't need to watch, and it's just carnage in the background. I'm okay with it.
No, but if you put on either the first two Alien movies, then it stops being background. You have to watch it to the end. Whereas Alien versus Predator, it just doesn't hook you the same way at all.
Yeah, hence the reason why you can watch it in the background without even paying attention. The other two you can't. You have to watch them. That one you don't need to watch it. It's just carnage in the background. It's like a screensaver. You don't care about it. It's just on.
What's the point of having it on then?
Because there's sometimes my stuff's on all the time. So if I'm working, I get stuff on. And sometimes I want to sit and watch it. Sometimes it's just something in the background. I don't like radios on in the background. I have to have some visual because I grew up with it. So if the radio's on, it distracts me. But see if there's a TV on in the background, I can ignore it and work away, and it's in the background, just keep me entertained.
I'm kind of like that. Yeah. I'm definitely more visual.
But to be honest with you, though, you get out of last and kill action a different DVD, so you would think you would pick something better to put on in the back.
Like that.
Oh my God.
The original miniseries, not the new one. Or see what else up today.
I made the biggest blunder on V ever.
Oh yeah, Monty Python.
What did you do, Jim?
A very good friend of mine. We'd known each other for 20 years. The new V show came out. And because the friend was such a big geek, just like me, I assumed that they had seen the original. So I let the spoiler about what's actually underneath, just in case anyone is watching. I'm not going to do it again, and I haven't seen it. But it's like, you had 30 years.
See, I'm the same. See, when I'm doing it, because mine's all classic. See, when I'm talking about it, I think, well, if you've not seen it in 30 years, I can't help you with your spoilers.
It's a little bit, there's a bit of a bar there, isn't there?
It's like talking about the Sixth Sense and actually not the classic line. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
The Sixth Sense, everybody knows. Even if you've never seen the movie, you know the tag for it. So,
But you know what, though? When I first saw The Sixth Sense, I guessed it halfway through that he was dead. Because I could see he wasn't reacting with anyone. So in my head, I was going, "This is a bit weird."
Well, the clues were there. So you had the clues. There is no interaction. But there is also that specific color, just in case someone hasn't what map.
Yeah.
But the color was always there when the things were happening, and it was so distinctively missing from everything else.
Aye, the bit it got me, and I realised, is when he was having the meal with his wife.
Yeah.
Because that was two separate conversations, two separate things that were happening. It just looked too weird, and I thought, he's not really there.
Ages ago.
I got it wrong. I actually thought Toni Collette was the one that was dead. But it was only because of her acting.
So basically, he was in the room, she just didn't actually react to him.
I got to admit that scene in the hospital was really good. Performance by that little kid was amazing when he says, that classic line.
Haley
Joe, whatever his name is.
Osmond.
Yeah. In fact, he's Forrest Gump's son as well, isn't he? In Forrest Gump as well. So
is he?
Yeah.
He did a very good job in that film. Yeah.
He was believable as being scared and unsure.
Dead people. I see dead people. Really?
Yeah, that was good.
It is a shame. It is a shame what happened to the director M. Night Shyamalan, because, I think, unfortunately, he started to believe his own hype, didn't he?
He's got a new one coming out.
Yeah.
A lot of these guys actually start to believe their own hype.
Yeah, that is. I love M. Night Shyamalan, and he's done some fabulous films, but he's done some absolute
stinkers,
crappy films as well. It's like, how do you do that? He's either really, really good or he's terrible.
I think he's terrible. After seeing the one about
you do get some lows, don't you? So you get a director that's really good, then he's like up, and then he makes one crappy film and he goes down, and then he makes another really good one. They go, you know what I mean? So once he's hit his stride, he's going to go up and down anyway. So
Aye, but usually they hit rock bottom. But when somebody starts digging when they hit rock bottom and makes signs, yes, let's invade that planet where it's got a moist atmosphere and we're allergic to water. Yay!
Maybe had no choice.
I mean, I think Signs might have been better if it just didn't overstate the ending, where he sees all the clues go together. If it's just been
swing,
yeah. It was too on the nose in the end.
Yeah, it's a bit silly. That film, but I mean, he did do his best, and you can't take away. He's done one classic film, and it cannot be taken away from him, which is The Sixth Sense. And The Sixth Sense was a great movie.
It was.
Unbreakable was up there, I think, as well.
Yeah, I like Unbreakable. I thought it was a bit silly though.
I don't think we've seen Unbreakable.
Samuel L. Jackson and Bruce Willis.
Yeah.
Cool.
I had a chance to pick that up today, and I just stepped right past it. Just wasn't keen on it. I didn't really like it. I don't know.
Do you see the last one when it took two films together? The last one he did to round up that trilogy.
Glass or Shattered or something?
Yeah,
like
Glass. Yeah, it was Glass. So it wasn't very good at the ending.
But wasn't that part of like 3 films or something?
Yeah,
an overall.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember the name of the first one.
It was just
Unbreakable. Then there was Glass at the end. So what was the third one then? What was the middle one?
The guy that had the multiple personality. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, that he had. Oh, that was a
Scottish guy in it.
Aye,
I can't remember his name. But
basically Magneto.
Good. Yes, him. Yeah.
Ian McKellen. No, the young one,
young version.
I know his face.
I can see his face. I can see his face, but it's just trying to get
No, not Fassbender.
No. Fassbender did he not play
Magneto? He played Magneto.
Fassbender, wasn't he the odd villain out in one of the Marvel stories? It's there was no point for him to be there.
I think there's no point for Marvel to continue now.
Yeah.
That's what I think. But I don't know. I mean, he played Magneto. Fassbender played the young Magneto.
But the big hint is Endgame. Don't go further.
Endgame for me rounded off the MCU nicely, in my opinion. So
I never saw it.
It's good. It's good. Look,
I'm done now.
I've not
I'm
watched
like with Ian. I'm done.
Yes, I might.
Yeah.
You know what, PJ? It's not a perfect film, and the time travel thing I thought was a waste of time and stupid. But you know what? Right, the climax. It's the climax because you live with these characters for 10 years, and when you watch that climax, you are very emotional seeing that stuff.
See, the problem
and
is
that's what makes it all worth.
I would have to watch the last 4 movies before it.
You don't. It depends what movies, but you don't have to watch it. You know Captain America, you know Iron Man, you know Thor, right? And that's just basically enough to watch.
I basically just dropped out of watching them because I just got to the thought this is all the same. There's nothing jumping out telling me watch this. It just seemed to be same old, same old.
I will give this to the MCU. They still keep going, which I think they shouldn't, but they definitely have had a better run than Game of Thrones.
Oh yes, definitely.
Yeah, but
well, they know how to end it. That's the thing. Even if it's not the greatest end, they know how to end it. Game of Thrones. I sat back and laughed at that because I saw about 3 episodes in the first season. That was it. I was
Same here.
Too nihilistic for me, so I just basically dropped it. So whereas I love Spartacus. I love Spartacus.
That is a good one.
That is a fantastic Blood and Sand.
Really
I watched
violent.
all those. Very violent.
Oh, I heard about that.
It's just so sad that the main.
Yeah, it's very violent when
it is very violent. It's Rome. There's a lot of sex, a lot of violence, and it is. They're not nice people. But even though
it's
it was nihilistic,
Game of Thrones dialed to 11.
But it was actually not as nihilistic because it was just basically life. It wasn't a case of everybody's looking for taking the power. And it was all about gladiators and the rise and fall. It was just raw, and I thought it was an excellent thing. So I loved it. And the guy who played Spartacus, he got cancer.
So Andy something, and it's such a sad story around it.
Yeah.
His wife apparently released a documentary about the year that led up to the end of his life, and then the decisions he took and everything that kind of spiraled out of control. Still, very much respect.
It was such. He played the part so well. They did replace Spartacus for a later one. And the guy wasn't as good, but it was still a good show. Blood and Sand. And the final one rounded it off. Basically, it was all about the end of the Spartacus and the Roman uprising. It was a really good series, and I've got it. I love it. That's one that it's violent, very, very, very violent.
So when the new guy took over, did he say, "I'm Spartacus"? Then
he basically he was one of the few said it basically didn't, because everybody else
he didn't say it. He didn't say it.
I think at the part where he took over, the storyline had sort of changed. Like, this is Spartacus, and this is why he became a slave and a gladiator. They managed to round that off, but they had more content to say, and they played out the Blood and Sand line really, really well. So it's like, it's around Spartacus, but Spartacus isn't the main thing.
Yeah,
I mean, the original is the original part called Spartacus, or is it like Rome, Blood and?
No, it's called Spartacus.
Yeah, it's called Spartacus.
It is called Spartacus.
And then it was Blood and Sand.
Here's some history on Spartacus, right? Basically, Kirk Douglas produced it, right, the movie, and it was at a time when writers was on strike. So Douglas hired this writer that nobody liked to write Spartacus, and the rest is history. So there you go.
That's just a fantastic movie. Typical old Hollywood.
I was against it. Totally against it.
I know, but you think about it, it was still produced in Hollywood. It was a typical extravaganza of the old Hollywood.
Yeah, I used to watch that every year with my dad. I can remember growing up watching that.
You're lucky, because my dad used to make me watch 10 Commandments, and that was 3 hours long.
Oh, no, thank you.
See, I was lucky. My mum used to sit with me and watch White Christmas every year.
You see,
right.
I'm a Viking, and up in Scandinavia, there is every year around New Year. It's not Camelot. It's a very old like story about the knights around the table, but it's a specific one.
Okay.
The name is actually slipping me now because I've been living in UK for 20 years. But every single New Year's, it's always on. It's 3.5 hours long. Once you've seen it once, you know
What's
the
it
entire
called?
plotline.
What's it called?
Excalibur?
Excalibur.
No, not Excalibur. It's jousting. It is the knights around the table, but it is not about like the table. I'm trying to find it on IMDb.
Knight Riders?
No.
It wasn't. I remember there used to be a show on ITV with Richard O'Sullivan. He played some kind of highwayman. Do you remember that?
Richard O'Sullivan?
Yeah, Richard Sullivan. What was that show called?
That was
Dick
that
Turpin.
famous highwoman. Dick Turpin, yeah.
Dick Turpin. Do you remember that show, PJ? Dick Turpin? With the comedian Richard O'Sullivan?
Yeah, Sidney James played him very famously.
I've got recollections of it at the time, but I've not seen it since it was first broadcast.
It was a huge success on LWT. It was a huge success. And I think it went 3 seasons. I think it went. And but yeah, it was huge for Richard because he just come off a comedy and they just shove him in there. Yeah, gosh, that takes me back.
He was the actor of the day, wasn't he?
He was yeah, mate.
Because have you seen him recently? It's like, wow, he's in a nursing home.
Yes, he is.
Really sad.
Yeah.
See, I've always said that it's something I hope never happens to me. Medicine has actually allowed us to live past what our brains can function under.
Really?
It's very rare. Yeah, because I've seen the
take some more then.
Things like. Basically, think about it. There's a higher increase in things like dementia and Alzheimer's and stuff like that, and I think it's because the body is being kept alive beyond what we would normally be. So our brains are still. There's still no way to help the brain. So that's that, and I sat and watched my dad 5 years just deteriorate, and I thought, not going to happen to me.
Yeah, that's nothing. There's nothing worse than that. That's
see, my dad used to say, "Don't be silly. You've not got a brain to start with." But that's just my dad talking to me. But it's just that. I think medicine just allows our bodies to live beyond their means, and I think that's why we see the increase in things like that.
When you get older, you kind of look back at things, and especially if you're a geek, like a TV geek or a movie geek, you look back at things and you go, do you know what? I wish I can go back and see Dick Turpin. I wish I can go back and see Black Beauty. Remember that show Black Beauty used to be on Saturday
every Saturday morning.
Saturday morning.
No.
There you go. Matt singing it.
I used to love Saturday mornings. Was my morning in front of TV. I would get up at 7 in the morning, and anybody touched the TV on a Saturday morning before 12, my mum used to shout at them.
Who was the girl that was in Black Beauty? Who was the girl in Black? Who?
Judy Bowker?
I don't know. I don't think it was her. Susan Strength, was it? I can't remember. But she was gorgeous. When I was a kid, I used to fancy her rotten. That's the only reason why I watched Black Beauty.
Remember on Saturday morning, the flashy.
Stacey Doming.
That's the one, Matt. That's the one. Sorry, PJ, go on.
And a Saturday morning, there was also the flashing blade.
Flashing blade. Yeah. That was BBC One.
Yeah, it was dubbed. It was a Spanish one. Yeah. It was dubbed. It was fantastic. Then you had the Japanese manga, which was it Astro Boy with the big eyes?
We had Star Blazers. We had Star Blazers. Speaking of Japanese animation and things, we had Star Blazers. We had
died in that.
Oh god, that was so good.
Yeah,
great.
And then you had the Battle of the Planets.
Yes, Battle of the Planets. I used to love that.
Yeah, I used to love that as well. And you had Ulysses 381 or something like that. Ulysses 31.
But in Battle of the Planets, right? Is that the one with Princess, the pink girl, the one?
The one with the pink. Yeah.
You always used to see up her skirt. Always. I don't, you guys not
It's
what,
the
you know
Japanese
why?
animation. They used
It's
to
Japanese animation. It was
They used to
to me,
add
it
a little
was a
something
bit
for the
short.
dads in those. They used
No. There used to be. It was actually based on another cartoon. They just edited it in Japan. From Japan, it was called Gatchaman, and
right.
in the original one, you remember the what was his name?
The robot
the
thing.
little boy. No, the little boy. The little one.
The one that couldn't speak.
The one where he looked like Pug.
Keop.
Keop.
He had the Pug.
He used to pick up in the actual Japanese version. He used to actually lift up her skirt and that in that original
That doesn't
cartoon.
surprise me with the original Japanese version. That doesn't surprise me really.
And that.
They've got a thing about that. I don't know what it is.
The reason why he talks in that gobbledygook is because he was talking filthy in the Japanese version. So he had no dialogue. And so anyway, because pretty much that's the only thing they could do.
It's a bit like Japanese soft porn, really.
And I watched the first episode of Gatchaman, but like I watched it after the first episode of Battle of the Planets, and the difference is night and day because it's adult, the Japanese version.
Yeah.
Just for example, there's like these miners, and you remember the villain in Battle of the Planets. He actually got his army in, killed all the miners, and then like when they arrived, they were all dead, and they were like, oh shit, and so they were there to rescue them, you see. And then in the Battle of the Planets, Seven Zark 7 came along and said, oh, the miners are okay. They're all right. Don't worry about it. They're all right.
Who was the villain in that? It was Zoltar was the villain in that, wasn't it?
Zoltar, yes.
Zoltar,
he was a cross-dresser. He was actually
They were classic. They were just classic.
He was actually a girl.
And he was a proper sort of
a trans.
Yes, he was.
He needed his moustache twirling.
He was like a classic.
And he always escaped at the end of the episode. Whenever they thought they caught him, he always managed to escape.
Yeah.
I remember
doing a Dick Dastardly.
He ran into a lighthouse and he turned into a rocket.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
It's well drawn though. It's very well, and the animation's really good.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Yeah.
Japanese is always brilliant.
Well, Cam's having a busy night.
You never get bad animation with Japanese.
No.
Cam's running with the Bills.
I think a show I recently came across that had. I actually like the cheekiness of the whole sexy stuff they tried to put in there. It's Seven Deadly Sins.
You remember Star Blazers, right?
Yeah.
There was actually an episode where, and they actually show it on this YouTube channel, and what they did was there was a robot, a medical robot, and it actually went straight ahead, lifted up a nurse's skirt, and she's like, and what they did in the English version is that they spent about 2 minutes on this intercom to actually look like, in the English version, so that, you didn't see that because they had to fill up the episode, you see.
Yeah.
So they just had this big monophone on the floor with someone talking, can such and such come to the lounge, please? And it's like, so it's better off to watch the Japanese versions because there's much more, animation.
Much more entertainment.
Yeah, I bet.
It really,
nowadays we would
really
probably
good,
find it funnier, but I think as we were kids, we would be sitting there going,
okay.
What about Top Hat? In the UK, they called it Boss Cat because of the
Boss
tin,
Cat.
The tin,
Top
the
Cat.
tin food.
We've got a Top Cat.
They didn't even change it though. They didn't even change the actual the voices in it.
No, they didn't.
They all called him Top Cat.
And the theme tune was the same.
Yeah. It was the exact same theme tune. Leader of the pack.
Yeah,
that one. But no, I loved Top Cat, Droopy and stuff. I just loved it.
Wasn't it based on Sergeant Bilko?
It was.
It was.
Yeah. They all were in those days. Flintstones was honeymooners.
It was,
yeah,
right.
That's right.
I was talking to Daniel just before we come on. I just bought the Pink Panther box set.
I love it.
I love it.
And Daniel basically said the same as the Steve Martin one was pants, and I said just like
Yeah,
his
the
Balco.
Oh my God!
Just
Don't
like
even
Steve Martin's Balco
don't
was
ever think
absolute
of that as
junk.
Pink Panther, mate.
No, it's not.
We don't
Basically-
talk of the Steve Martin version.
No, the Steve Martin one, and even the Balco one was absolute trash.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Because you look at Phil Silvers, he did that because he wanted it to sound official, but he didn't want to learn these lines.
Yes.
Whereas Steve Martin one, it's a hey, and it was almost like, really, it's almost like as if he was just taking the mickey out of it, and it just did not work.
There's an absolute symphony of comedy with Peter Sellers. He was such a physical comedian, and he was just so good.
He was in Sight.
I mean, Kato is my favorite.
Hilarious. Yes,
the actor doing Kato is so brilliant.
He is fantastic. He is, and it's just the fact is the things he used to get. I mean, they would be fighting, the phone would ring, he'd pick it up.
Come out the refrigerator, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
It's just even in mid fight, you go ha, and then he would answer the phone. And then as soon as he put it in, Peter Sellers would doink.
How many films were they with Peter Sellers then?
6.
Are you including the ones where he was dead?
No, those
No.
rubbish.
Because they just used old footage.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
The outtakes are hilarious, though.
Well, see that box set is absolutely amazing because I'm just digging it up. It's got a 3-hour special as well. So the Pink Panther collection has got A Shot in the Dark, The Revenge of the Pink Panther, Pink Panther Strikes Again, and Trail of the Pink Panther, and it's got a 3-hour Pink Panther specials feature.
That's like putting an Italian actor to play a Frenchman. It's like
But
the last with what's his face?
The last Pink Panther film was really good because it basically used all the characters to a really great degree. It had Kato had a bigger part. What do you call it? Obviously, what's his name? Dreyfus had a huge. All the characters had a really good part in. And for me, that's the last one. The last one where he goes off with dying cannon at the ending. That was the last one for me.
Yeah, but here I think
he goes bad. Like, is that the one where what's his name goes bad? Dreyfus goes bad.
Dreyfus is bad in all of them.
No, it's where his mind shatters. So I think I know which one it is you mean. And
Revenge?
I think that's literally a carbon copy to. It's not Lazard. It's. Well, you know the sergeant in Police Academy. Yes. It's literally a carbon copy, but it's done so well by both these actors to like. It's the life is not supposed to be this. Why am I always getting in trouble?
The one thing I like about the Pink Panther is it always starts off really serious. Like one film, I can't remember which one it was. It starts off with Dreyfus talking to his psychiatrist. And it's all serious, And then you get to the bit where he's in the park and he's feeding the ducks, and Klusner comes along and everything just destroyed for him.
He just describes all the therapy that he's been through.
See, I think that's why the Pink Panther worked, because everything was played for serious by everyone.
Yes, it was.
Even Peter Sellers, he was just clumsy and he couldn't do things. And he was constantly...
There's one part in it that made me laugh, cry with laughter, and it was the bit where they thought he was dead, and they asked Dreyfus to do the eulogy, and he was doing the eulogy, but he was crying with laughter, but everybody thought he was crying. That just, I was just,
it was,
I was on the floor. I was on the floor. That was so funny.
My favorite gag is when Dreyfus has got a cigarette lighter.
The gun.
And he gets them mixed up.
His nose off.
All you see is his hand or something, and he says, "Get me a doctor."
He starts. I like the twitch. He would start to twitch, wouldn't he? His eyelids would start twitching whenever Clouseau was around.
See, I even loved the animated Pink Panther one because you used to have the and that as well.
That's another one I grew up with. Yeah.
It's just. Yeah, I mean,
you used to get that on a Saturday before Doctor Who. Something.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You look at all these classic stuff that not around anymore, and are not going to be around. Can you think of anything in the last 10 years that people are going to? No. Some of us are old.
Yeah.
I think it's unfair.
That's not.
I think it's unfair to say just take the 80s. people had money, and obviously there was a little bit of that going on, but
yes,
they just ran with it. Yeah. Nowadays, you have accountants, and you have to appease certain crowds, and you can't be too sexy on the front cover.
Well, they're all terrified of lawsuits now, aren't they?
Yeah. Can you think of anything in the last 10 years that in 20 years' time or 30 years' time they're going to be talking about the same as we're talking about things from the 70s, 80s, that type of thing? I can't think of anything.
To be honest,
what is it? The what's the name games? They'll have
Hunger
those
Games.
and Twilight. Yeah, Hunger Games and Twilight. That's what they'll be talking about.
Harry Potter.
Well, Harry Potter's a bit like
Harry Potter's a big one, but I'm trying to think. Obviously, Star Wars, Star Trek, that's down the chute. I mean, as much as I disliked Enterprise, looking at what came after, it's like
Shakespeare after that.
Yeah. There have been a few surprises, but mostly there's like Korean films coming out of nowhere. I'm probably misremembering the name, but I think it's like The Wandering Planet. Our sun is dying. They put engines on planet Earth. And it's like shipping it across space.
Yeah, very, very expensive movie. That I think that was the most expensive movie ever made. They were saying.
Really, I've not seen that one.
In terms of talked about dramas, maybe Gone Girl. That's one I think might be.
Well, I didn't like Gone Girl. It was all right. Didn't like the ending. He stuck with her. Stuck with her at the ending. Like what? Do you know what I mean? It's just
right. All I'll say about Gone Girl is this was made in 2014. Now, all the wokeness we know about, right?
Yeah.
Gone Girl is one of those films that makes you almost look like cinema was going to go the other direction completely because it was very critical of just how woke the media is, and it was actually showing how the woke media can really persecute the main character. Really kind of
but she was evil. She was evil, though, wasn't she?
Yeah, but that's the point. She was it was showing that it was like I think the author kind of wrote it and she said, I think I've just killed feminism because this is kind of I don't know. Comedies are not comedies. I mean, I remember the last comedy in the cinema I saw that I laughed out loud to was I think it was Mary. What's that film called with Cameron Diaz? Something about Mary. Yeah, I think it was the last one. I really laughed out loud in the cinema.
I will give Dodgeball.
I thought it was funny. Yeah,
it came after.
I think Dodgeball was just so weird. Alan Tudyk, the Pete the Pirate, arg, and I don't know what you're talking about, and it's all that. I just thought that Dodgeball was just. It was one of those ones. I think it came out of left field because if somebody describes it to you, you're sitting there going, "Huh, Dodgeball."
Yeah.
Big. No, this just sounds right. There's a guy pretends to be a pirate, and there's all these, and there's a guy throwing spanners at you to train you, and you're sitting there thinking, "Really?" But watching it, it's just hilarious.
It was the genius of the comedy there, wasn't it? That's it was. It was just genius. Yeah.
How did they sell that by describing what they were going to do?
Who was the star in that film? I mean, it was easy for him to convince all the producers.
Vaughn something.
Vince Vaughn.
Vince Vaughn. Yeah. So success behind him. So obviously they're going to say yes, aren't they?
Yeah, but it's just when you think about it and try and describe that to someone, they would be going, "What the? How's that funny?" But it is, and it's just so crazy.
All they got to say is Vince Vaughn's in it, and then they go, "Okay, here's the money." Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't really matter what it was. Yeah,
But meant to say when somebody mentioned things a wee bit earlier. See, when I was in the charity shops, and over the last 4 weeks, I've noticed it. Something I never used to notice when I used to go to the charity shops: Doctor Who DVDs. Never ever saw them. I've seen piles on them. Every charity shop I've gone in has had a load. Maybe only 5 or 6, but considering you never used to see one, and if you did, it was very, very rare. Yeah. I've been in charity shops all day today, last week, and every single charity shop there's been piles of Doctor Who DVDs.
Yeah,
unfortunately, it's all the new stuff. Yeah. None of the classics that I could pick up. But But they were every one of them. It's crazy.
I have a Doctor Who forum, and the guy I moderated with said to me privately, "You know what? I feel so bad about the show that I feel like I just want to pack my stuff up. Well, not sell it, but like you said, he was going to put it away for a while and say, look, I'm just waiting to see if maybe at a later point I feel better about the show, because right now I don't."
I see the way I'd look at it, right? Because I just watched the classics. I just decided, well, there's my cut-off point, and that is it. See, and after that, I don't care about, so they can change it, whatever. Doesn't affect what I've got and what I enjoy. It's the same as the He-Man, stuff like that. This new one's not going to affect how I think about the old one.
Well, my cut-off point's Legopolis, so.
Well, mine's is the final one, and it was the only reason with Paul McGann is because Sylvester Stallone stepped out the TARDIS, so it puts the link there. After that, there is no link. Who did that?
Say again, Daniel?
You said Sylvester Stallone.
I was watching Dredd. I watched Judge Dredd in Red 3D yesterday, so so basically I've obviously had Stallone in the brain.
Well, you couldn't see an American in the role.
I like New Who. New Who was okay.
See, I found I never rewatched it, so I bought all the DVDs the lot.
True.
And I looked up, and my DVDs were never out of their case. Never.
I was really
like sorry, go ahead, Sadako. Go ahead.
No, I was really excited by New Who, and then the Savine two-parter happened, and I started to get a sinking feeling.
There was some great stuff in classic and new. Do you know what I mean? But there were a lot of bad stuff in classic and new as well. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a huge Doctor Who fan, but I have a love-hate relationship with Doctor Who. I've never been like these fans where everything is brilliant. No. I've always questioned everything that Doctor Who has done. And when Jodie came along, that was my cut-off point. It was going downhill with Peter, definitely going downhill with Peter. But I'm a fan, and I still stuck with it. But when Jodie came along, that was it for me. Gone.
Yeah. So Ian, when did you realise that Doctor Who was in trouble? Because the episode I realised that there was arachnids in the UK if they stand in Trump character. That's when I knew that Doctor Who was never going on the cover. So when was that point for you?
That was a Spiders one, wasn't it? Spiders in the UK or something like that.
Arachnids.
Arachnids
well, no, Daniel, the cut-off point for me was the very first episode of Jodie. I'll tell you the reason why. It was so awful. It didn't have the beginning bit with when Doctor Who starts. It didn't have any of that. It had obviously politics stuck in there. The story was absolute crap. I'll always reiterate this scene. If you guys don't remember the scene where
the bit where she falls through the
glass ceiling.
That just put us right off.
I still wanted to see it, and I watched. But there's a scene in it for me where, do you remember the scene where the guy with the teeth, he pulls this guy's face apart, it's completely wrecked. And out of the mess that he's made of the face, someone points out that one of his teeth is missing. How bad is that script? How bad is that script?
I can't say I went into it to that level. Go ahead, Daniel.
No, you're right. It does stand out because it's like, because when I watched that, I thought, well, what's so the big deal that a teeth is missing? Maybe he just had a tooth missing anyway.
Exactly. Yeah. The script is so bad, it makes me wince just even thinking about it.
But you see, what killed it for me is Jodie doesn't stand out as a doctor.
Right.
I can literally not tell her apart from anything.
Right.
Yeah. That's it. There's so many other actors, male and female, who even Matt Smith, who was so young, like the youngest person ever in the role. Whether you like his doctor or not, I loved him, but we both did. But he was just like brand new, and he nailed it. He had presence, he had screen presence, and I think that's what we just didn't get with her. I mean, we gave the first season a go just out of respect for Doctor Who, as much as we possibly could. But we were just horrified by the poor scripts and
Well, I stopped watching it. I didn't even watch it once. Halfway near the end of Capaldi's, I stopped watching it then. I didn't even get as far as the Jodie one. I just stopped watching it. But the thing is, I still watched it. I used to watch it when it came on.
Yeah.
Then eventually I'll record it and catch it the next day or whatever because we've got other things on. And I had the DVDs, but I just looked up my shelf, my DVDs, most of them weren't even opened. They were just lying there in the cellophanes. I just bought them for the sake of completing my collection. And then I realised I just gave them all to my nephews. They basically said they love Doctor Who. Here, I've got something for you. Big pile. There you go. And it's literally.
I think this thing about you wanting to complete the collection, I think that's what Hollywood is banking on.
Yes.
That you may hate the new stuff they're putting out, but they're banking that you just want to round off the collection, so you're still going to pay them at the very end of it, even if you don't like
the reason why charity shops.
Well, so this is the point, right? So you've got Disney Star Wars and you've got real Star Wars. You've got real Doctor Who and you've got Chibnall Doctor Who. You got the Discovery Star Trek and you got real Star Trek. Do you know what I mean? So that's where the line is drawn.
Star Trek and real Star Trek.
Yeah.
There's a reason the newest version of Star Trek is called STD.
Yes.
I'll let you figure out
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that was a slightly unfortunate thing.
Somebody did that deliberately
meeting for that one.
You know what cracks me up is that with that discovery is the fact that they have a person on the bridge in a wheelchair, and I'm like, but it's like
wouldn't they have?
But yeah, exactly. But it's like, well, you know, and they have another person who's got these cybernetic implants and everything. And it's like, but, you know, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, this is what really bugs me. I'm literally staying away from all journalists, if you want to call them that, because like you were talking about cybernetic implants, a person in a wheelchair on the deck. That was done 60 years ago, or 57, or how old it is now.
It was Pike. The original Pink.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. And I mean the menagerie.
Yeah, but if you read the media cover, like this TV show you should watch, these journalists like, it's never happened before in sci-fi cinema ever.
Yeah. It's because they don't know their history.
Of course they don't.
No, they don't care. They don't.
No, they don't. They haven't watched the show. They haven't. They've only heard about the show. They haven't watched any of it. They've gone, okay, there's obviously a Vulcan. Okay, we don't need him. We'll get rid of that straight away. Oh, but we'll have the main character be raised by Vulcans. How does it fucking work? How does that work? Because Vulcans, shut up. You know, it's like Vulcans don't have emotions. So it's like, oh no, shut up. So anyway, people are stupid. You know, it's just... I gave up on it.
I will admit I never got into the STD. Obviously, as a cautious person, you stay away from STD. But I don't understand the timeline. This is supposed to be before everything, before absolutely everything, and this is a human raised by Vulcans before everything. Before they met and stuff like that.
It's like Picard. It's like, okay, he died at the end and then they replaced him with a robot of his own age so that he could live through the day. How long did they know how fucking long he'd live?
Well, that's the biggest thing. So you're basically going to replace me with a robot that's got still the same aches, pains, can he move, can he walk, can he do this? But it's a robot.
But it looks like Patrick.
What's the point of a robot if it doesn't improve you? I'd be like saying I've got a cybernetic implant, but it doesn't work, so it still hangs. My arm still hangs down. But
the whole replacement of a robot didn't make sense to me at all. To make him look exactly the same, be the same.
That's exactly
because it's clear in the first episode that the Federation of Planets wants nothing to do with him.
Yeah, but do you know what I think they did? They had written the one to replace Patrick Stewart to get somebody younger in to play the part. So they had Patrick Stewart and they were going to kill him off and replace him with an android or a robot, and his consciousness was going to go in. It would have been a segue into a different person, right? But somebody bottled out. But they didn't change the script. They just kept it going. And you're sitting there thinking, that was the point. You want to change it to a younger actor so you can still say it's the same Picard. It's just somebody else playing him.
Thing is, it's like Patrick Stewart turning around and saying, you know, I'll do a second season. So they've turned around and that's what they've done. But the weird thing is that the strange thing is like the characterizations of like people like 7 of 9.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And like at the end of it, she turns out being a lesbian with the woman who was on with who wanted to be with Picard, and it's like, but that what? Wait, what?
It wasn't. There was just not enough put into the scripts. It was just all trying to cram as much as they could into it that was ticking certain boxes.
Yeah, I mean, instead of making it work within the story. How bad do you have to be to go into a universe with 60 years of timeline? And you can literally type in StarTrek.com and you'll have everything that's gone on, the discussions, everything around it.
Somebody's designed a timeline that you could see everything in. Somebody's done that. A fan.
But they don't care.
But what I don't get is just something as simple. Star Trek, for me, is never like action. 500 people killed in a room in like a John Wick kind of way, where everything is like blasted to oblivion. In Star Trek, thousands have been killed, but not in that kind of graphical way. That's not Star Trek.
If you remember, though, because you brought up StarTrek.com. Now, you remember the show Enterprise, right? When that show collapsed, because it only went for 4 seasons. Before that,
5.
everything went for 7 seasons. No, it went for 4.
Was it only 4?
Yep, only 4. Okay. And so, anyway, when that collapsed, Paramount didn't want anything else to do with Star Trek, and they were actually going to lapse the StarTrek.com, the actual, like the, you know, how you own the actual, like the web domain.
Yeah.
They were actually going to lapse it because they didn't give a shit. And the guy that was the son of Roddenberry or whatever, he actually bought it for like a cheap thing because they just didn't want anything else to do it. And that's when everybody was like, whoops, Star Trek's dead, you know. And that went for like, what, 4 or 5 years before they ended up doing that movie. And then all of a sudden they wanted to get back into it again because of J.J. Abrams, you know. And so, but he just totally and utterly screwed it up. And since then, it's just not been right, you know.
Well, it's a bit weird, though, because
behind it that cared.
Well, it's a bit weird, though, because I don't think something like Star Trek, as it was, not what they're trying to make, as it was, I don't think that will die. Same with Doctor Who, same with Star Wars, because I was at Star Trek's 50th anniversary. I think it was in Birmingham, and
brilliant.
The place was packed. I kid you not, it was packed. If you wanted an autograph with an unknown extra, you were literally queuing for an hour.
But that says a lot, doesn't it?
I got a friend of mine. She worked on Into Darkness, and she was actually an extra, but she's actually on the Wikipedia. She's got a name and everything. and she didn't even know she had a name. She just thought she was an extra in that scene. It's in that scene where they all got shot up. Khan destroys all the people from the Federation.
At the Federation,
and she's actually in that scene playing a Vulcan, but she didn't have a name. She just happened to be in the room, and like all of a sudden now she's got a name, you know. And so it's even then, back then they were thinking, you know, about people, and there are people that still care about these things, you know.
But you know, those films, you know, the movies with the original cast, they were brilliant. When you look back, you know, I mean, all right, motion picture was a bit of a dud.
Yeah, it's usually the even numbered ones were the better ones.
Sorry, don't go knocking motion picture. It was gorgeous if you look at the other films coming out in the similar theme.
Yeah.
And you had like 2.5 hours free.
Yeah, but like 7-minute intro, no one's talking. It's just music.
Anyway, do you know how to make
shots.
You know how to improve the motion picture? Watch it at a speed and a half. It actually makes it a lot better because they don't linger too long in other things.
I would rather watch the worst original cast Trek film than the J.J. Abrams.
Yeah, you're right.
There's only one thing I would give J.J. Abrams credit for, and it was what he tried initially. They wanted to relaunch Star Trek, so they knew they just put new people in and existing fans would expect it, would accept it. So the easiest thing to do was get an original character. Somehow he goes through time, so they can go back, and people are used to seeing the guys older now, so they could actually change the characters and then run from there a different timeline. So it works.
It was a good idea.
Then the movie turned out what it was. But initially, the idea there was so well done. It was a great idea. There's an alternate timeline, so they don't need to follow everything. They can make their own stuff. The same characters, they're just different actors playing it, and it's separate because of the time jump with Leonard Nimoy. They've got the right person to do it.
But if you look at the other, as I was saying, the other movies, right? They were so well directed. I mean, you look at Wrath of Khan. There were some really tense moments in Wrath of Khan, especially when they were in the neutral zone. When they're in a neutral zone and those ships are flying, they're really tense stuff. In the cinema, your arse was tense. You would edge your seat because do you know what I mean? And you look at this new stuff.
You mention it is like
I know relax. Wrath of Khan is just like woo.
To me, Wrath of Khan is the best.
It's classic.
The question is, what happened? You know, you would have thought that he would go back and look at those great movies and go, we want to do better than that. We want to make it as just as good, but better. But they didn't. They started to insert sexuality and stupid box ticking crap into it.
Okay. You know, you could tell why how bad they are because somebody's watched it and then they've got who are you?
Oh God, it's terrible.
And anybody who's never seen the original would be going, why did you talk that way? That sounds a weird way to describe yourself. But they try and get the old fans to go, It made zero sense in this.
I will give this one thing. Cumberbatch as the new Khan, that was the only casting option available that could have done it because his voice is good, his mannerisms is good.
He's not Spanish.
But he's not as good as
Ricardo
the original.
Montalban.
He's no Ricardo Montalban.
Sadika, you're going to say
racial stereotype, though.
Right, okay.
Sorry, Sadika wants to say something. Sorry.
Right, okay. The difference between Wrath of Khan and the J.J. Abrams film, for me, is Wrath of Khan, like the director knew how to work with the limitations he had. He knew how to do more with less. And the current bunch, they got like $1 million budgets. They can do whatever they want, and like the more that happens, the less interesting it gets.
Yeah, because they'll get a good scene, and they'll say that would be better with explosions in the background. That would be better if this was happening in the background. Sorry, what about what it's intended to do? You're just saying let's get people interested in it. You're getting interested in it by going flash.
They're not saying that now, are they?
No, they go in. They listen to our
let's
message.
have a black person in there. Let's have a woman in command. Let's have her bisexual. Let's have, you know what I mean? That's what they're saying now. Instead of thinking about the story. Do you know what I mean?
I know Kirk is getting the reputation as a hound dog, but he really wasn't. And the thing is, I'm not watching it because I want to figure out who's banging who.
Yeah,
I want to get told a really cool story about something that makes me think a little bit.
Yeah.
That was it. And
to be honest, it's patronising to those people that are of a certain sexuality, because I'm sure that the majority of these people would want to earn the position.
Absolutely,
yes.
Handed to them based on get a figure
the thing is,
the most degrading and you can do to a person.
It's like tokenism.
Yeah, but the problem is, Daniel, yes, most people, doesn't matter sexuality, colour, whatever, are happy to earn their position and want people to know, I got it because I earned it. It's SJWs that are writing it and they think they deserve it. So everybody must think they deserve it, but we don't. If we don't get something,
it's participation trophy.
It's exactly it.
But I don't think it's even necessarily they want people to think they earned it. They want to believe that in themselves they earned it.
Yeah, but no, they don't want people to think they've been handed it. So they want people to know they've earned it. That's what I meant. And they basically want people to know, I didn't get handed this. I worked hard for it. Right, and I got this because I worked for it. Not a case, but the SJWs who are writing it think they're entitled to it, so they think everybody thinks that way, which we don't.
The thing that gets me. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I think Paul Cornello said that he refuses to sit on he always refused to sit on panels unless there was 50-50 male-female representation. I remember on a forum, some woman saying, you know what, I would feel not only a little bit insulted and even a bit creeped out by that if I felt like he was giving up his seat for me, because I wouldn't feel like earned it, and I wouldn't feel like he wanted to be there for the right reasons.
Yeah, I think. What was I going to say? The thing that gets me is that it's come back to me now.
Okay.
The thing that gets me is we are, we've grown up with Star Trek. We've grown up with Doctor Who. We're used to characters being different. We're used to characters changing. Yeah. We're used to a lot of change happening and a lot of diversity already. We would happily embrace any of these new characters if they were a part of a good story and the character was there and presented in a way that didn't insult our intelligence. But now it's as if we're being told, well, you have to like this character now, and if you don't, you're an hysterophobe. No. Give me a good character. I don't care who they are. I don't care what their preferences are. I don't care. I'm happy to accept them, and I would happily. None of us are of that personality type that we're going to be saying, oh, I don't like you because you're this or you're that. That doesn't even come into it. It's just give us a good character.
I think the thing for me is that there's an unbalance. I have no problem with women in movies. In fact, I've made a film called Bad Day, which was 10 years ago, and all the leads are female. So I have no problem with that at all. It's the unbalance that I have a problem with. You look at Loki, all the men are weak. All the women are in charge. All the women have the lead charge in everything, right? And all the men are weak, right?
But that's reflecting modern day, though, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I'm so weak.
I mean, because
we're all weak.
No,
we are now.
I really love the Leela and Romana years of Doctor Who, and Leela and Romana, they were kind of protagonists in their own right, even alongside the Doctor.
And the lesson trouble they're going to run into the end is they're going to have a man versus a woman fight, as in physical fight.
They've had it already.
Things blowing up. They can't have that. I mean,
Because
even when we grew up, there was, if a woman needed to get sorted by a man, it was like a one slap, that's it. There wasn't like a 5-minute battle of epic proportion, John Wick, bullets flying everywhere. It was just like one clip, done.
Well, Atomic Blonde has done that quite well. Charlize Theron was quite. Yeah. I mean, that was.
Yeah. She wasn't a Mary Sue. She wasn't a Mary Sue. She did really take some really bad beatings, and also she made a lot of mistakes as well. So one of her best friends died. She made a mistake. They were leaving her in the thing. So it was that film was it was balanced. The men were strong, the women were strong, and no, there was no unbalance there. It was more or less reflected the world as it is kind of today. But the one thing I can't stand is watching things like Loki or Doctor Who, where it's totally unbalanced and they're definitely pushing their agenda into the show. It just becomes stupid and unwatchable.
Remember, they got
it's insulting to your intelligence.
I will give one extra thing on top of that. You can tell that the stunt actors, the male stunt actors, they're 320 pounds. I've been to the gym every year since I was like 13, and I'm now in my 40s. I'm massive. They play fighting. You can tell it's like 2 5-year-olds just like fighting in the backyard. It looks like that. It doesn't look. It's like, you hit me. Oh,
it's like the old classic wrestling, Big Daddy Giant Haystacks, that type of wrestling, because you knew it was the real, but it was fun to watch. But that's all it is. You knew they weren't actually wrestling to any extent. Whereas you used to look at the American WWE, the cage fight, that looked real. So the British one, you look at it and go, yeah, that's not real. That's
I'll tell you what, right?
Wrestling is pantomime for teenagers.
It is. You know what? Right? There was a film called Lou Harper, right? And it starred Paul Newman. And the reason why this film always sticks in my mind when I watched it as a kid, Lou Harper was a private detective, okay? There's a scene in it where Paul Newman got captured and he got tied to a chair, and this woman was giving him a hard time, right? He gets out of the ropes on the chair. She comes in the room and he kicks her between the legs. He kicks her between. It's the first time I ever saw a lady get kicked between the legs by a guy. And that really stuck in my head. I was like, whoa, Jesus. I thought it was really horrible. Imagine them doing that today.
Oh my God, no.
I can't recall having seen that in recent years. I have seen the maneuver you're talking about.
Marvel will be all over that. Like Calvash, if they tried to do an outcry in social media.
Yeah.
But as you were saying, see if there was the fight between a male and female, you might as well just have the guy surrender. Might as well. It's basically there's no point.
Well, they did
there's
that.
no point because I'm not allowed to hit you back, so I surrender. So there's no point because I'm just going to get beat up here.
Well, that was what they destroyed the War of the Worlds TV drama thing because they made the guy just an absolute wet dish rag.
That started out so good. That started out so good. And then like within the first half an hour, and then all of a sudden it just went to ape shit. It just went to ape shit. I was like, wow, the fucking maid just died. I was like, awesome.
And but to me that's a me that's a diversity and collusion and program and it's so discriminatory against ales. It's unbelievable, and you should actually look in that because it's all down in a PDF, and if you can find it on the net, and it shows you that every ethnicity and everything's all broke down into the percent.
They were showing.
And the trouble is that the BBC is now overpopulated because of this strat.
Yeah. They were showing photos of Christopher Eccleston in Fagin. There's a new show. I don't know if they're calling it Fagin, but anyway, it's set on Oliver Twist. And I was looking, and he was there with the girl that's going. You can tell that it's her. The one that's playing Sally. Is it Sally? Is it the one? It's the female antagonist anyway. The one that looks after Oliver. And she's not white, she's black. And I'm like, well, is this set in the future? Is this set in the future of, it's not actually going to be set in 18th century England, obviously, or 19th century England. It's just it doesn't and it's like, but it wouldn't, it just wouldn't fly. It just wouldn't fly.
But you see on the point, if we take story like Oliver Twist, poor child, no mom, no dad, no nothing, stuck in London. Could be a possibility that it could be a black woman around somewhere.
Especially London at the time, because it was the centre port for the British export and import. So that could work in that respect. Yes. I quite agree with you on that one.
But taking like a
she was
significant
ginger, though.
Well, I will give you that the original story says there are certain characteristics that are unlikely to belong to certain kind of people.
it's a leap of coincidence that takes you out of the story to think, oh, why have they done that? That's the problem.
Yeah.
I don't like smug. I don't like smug female characters either. I mean, I just watched 5 minutes of that. What's that one with Sherlock Holmes's niece or something like that? I can't remember.
Sister.
No, it's his sister.
Enola Holmes.
Oh yeah.
Enola Holmes. I haven't seen it.
I watched 5 minutes of it and I thought I can't.
Some females, smug females. I don't have an issue. The ones that earned their position and they're smug about it, because it's the same as watching a guy who's smug in his role because he knows I'm the best. I'm okay. You can do whatever you try, whatever you want. I'm the best. You've got someone. You look at Purdy, the New Avengers.
Yeah,
she was smug because she knew she was the best for that role. So
Emma Peel.
I will give that. My preference is a character that knows they're so good. And I know I've been mentioning John Wick a lot of times, but it's basically a guy that he wants to fade away. He doesn't want anything to do with this world, and
just
suddenly
don't touch his dog.
Yes, and suddenly that happened, and here's a sledgehammer. This is my basement. I'm gonna dig up my history, and I'm just gonna go nuclear on anything.
But you know, Emma Peel, right? She was very, very English, and she had this fantastic finesse about her.
Oh,
do you know what I mean? Just like Steed.
I watched the very first introduction, and I was just like, she knows what she's fucking talking about. She knows she is such a strong woman, and it was only the introduction to her character, and it was in black and white too.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like they were so well written, and like as soon as Steed shows up, she's like, you know. Yes, what do you want? I'm busy, you know. And it's like, and then he tells her, and she's like, right, let's get going, you know. And I love that sort of stuff.
It was the same, like with Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I mean, she starts out as this sort of like bimbo, sort of, you know, very.
But it follows actually from the film.
You know,
she's a cheerleader.
She's like a cheerleader type, right? But she grows as a character throughout the series, you know, and it's a very believable character development.
It kind of lost me because when Angel left, because she had that sexual relationship with Angel or whatever, and then they broke up, and then she went to university, and as soon as she went to university, she became a wimp, and she was sleeping around with guys and everything like that. And I'm like,
I suppose
it didn't make right for the character, you know. It was like you've grown as a character, and then all of a sudden you've lapsed back into what you were, you know.
I think perhaps she was sort of maybe struggling growing up, but I get where you're coming from. I totally get where you're coming from, and I think thinking back now, they probably did sort of undermine her a little bit at that stage.
I know the film version wasn't popular. The 1992 one,
no, it wasn't
good. But like there are some bits in that make you laugh, like when before she realizes she's a slave, she's basically the Cordelia of the film. Like she basically she's at the mall. It's like, why do I have to study about El Salvador? Like I'm ever going to Spain anyway.
The crazy thing is Kirsty Swanson, who did that original role, she's a Trump supporter and a heavy Trump supporter, and now she can't even work, you know. That's so you could tell she could actually act because, you know, like here's this strong, independent woman, and she's playing a real fluffy character, you know, fluffy Buffy.
Fluffy Buffy.
The thing is, with Buffy, you saw the growth of the character.
Absolutely, and
that's something I miss too. You don't see growth.
I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It was just so.
I do. I do.
Basically, I sat and watched it with my 3 daughters. They loved it. My oldest is the biggest Buffy fan, and she's still the big Buffy fan.
But there's that fantastic episode when her mother died. Remember that episode when her mother died? That was amazing. All directed, so sad. The performance was absolutely brilliant.
Mom, it just broke your heart. Mom.
I have kind of a personal story about that because right at the time that episode was airing, I was actually watching. It was going out then. It was actually live. I guess it must have been 2001 because it was still on then. Mother had just like passed away almost exactly the same time frame as Buffy, and it actually helped me through that whole period, because as you said, Ian, it was so well done and so tastefully done and sensitively done, but it also became like a great role model to sort of see, you see the character going through those stages of grief, and like it's something she's never had. She drop kicks vampires left, right, and center, and can clear a room of these huge vampires in about 5 minutes on her own, but she can't cope with the death of her mother, and that was a really good character angle for her. Yeah.
That's why my favorite superhero of all time is Spider-Man. Peter Parker Spider-Man, because of all the stuff. But just like your story, let's say that I don't consider myself bullied, although there was a lot of people in gangs that didn't appreciate my presence in school. However, yes, really. I mean, look at this face. Would you approve of it?
They didn't like your beard? What's going on?
I'm sorry to say the 10-year-old version of me did not come with this.
All right.
Jim, I'm still trying to grow mine even a fraction of years. I'm nowhere near it.
You've got the Sean Connery Last Crusade beard. That's what you've got.
I will take that as the former so-called bullied one, but for me, the escapism into like fantasy stories like Spider-Man, the comic books I could get my hands on, it was like they were telling similar, like, okay, you don't always have to. I mean, if you're not liked, go somewhere else and find other people that like you.
Absolutely, yeah.
That
works for many of us, I think.
It was the same with Doctor Who for me, because I grew up with Doctor Who, and by the way, he didn't use a weapon, so he used his brains in his mouth. And as my mum used to always say to me, you got a big enough mouth, use it. Hence the reason why I've got a weird sense of humour, because I've got a very sarcastic sense of humour.
Well, that's because you were Scottish.
Well, there's a reason why I like Leela, because Leela was the one that kicked ass when she was with Tom Baker's Doctor Who. Do you know what I mean? So she is fantastic. Leela. Yeah, she's lovely.
I love Leela. She's
hello.
Somebody's tooting her horn.
Apologies, it's really hot here west of London. But I'm guessing England has won the football tonight.
It looks like it. I'll have to ask my brother.
I wouldn't know. I don't watch the football.
I don't watch it either. That's why I'm here.
Daniel, what are you doing?
I don't watch it. But I can kind of guess on the environment outside that something must have happened.
Yeah.
I mean, when with Leela, like the Doctor was kind of always trying to teach her,
yes.
Like there was that line he said, I never carry weapons. If people see that you mean them no harm, they never hurt you. And then he comes back and goes, 9 times out of 10.
Yeah.
That's the thing as well. I grew up and there was a role model that didn't use a weapon. Most of the other ones you used to see, it was the cowboy and Indian movies, it was spy movies, and they were always shooting, and they were even the A-Team. They weren't killing anybody, but they're all still using weapons and beating them up and stuff like that. There was one that never did. He used his brains to get out of things. And that's what Mum says. Use your mouth, use your brains. And actually, if you've got legs, somebody's wanting to hit you, run. You can always
but
everyone is all about A-Team and Knight Rider, but MacGyver was my go-to.
Oh, really?
Oh,
MacGyver?
Yeah, I loved MacGyver.
I've only watched the reboot MacGyver, and it's not bad, but it's
God, I wouldn't even go near it.
I never grew up with MacGyver being in the UK. I never actually saw MacGyver.
I love MacGyver, the original
my mum always
MacGyver.
watches Walker Texas Ranger because she loves the fighting in it. She loves the fighting.
My mum was a big Columbo, so she was.
I love Columbo.
Columbo's legendary.
I inherited all my mum's DVDs. Columbo, basically, she had every single one. She basically loved Columbo.
I saw all the 70s episodes. There's not one episode I haven't seen the 70s run. I didn't like the 80s run, but the 70s run were a really amazing piece of TV. Really was incredible.
And the good thing is, they always told you who did it beforehand, so you just could sit back and watch it and enjoy. It wasn't who did it. I think it might have been.
basically, it's very unique, Columbo. It's the only show that shows you the murderer before he gets caught. No other detective show shows that.
It wasn't a whodunit. It was a kid sit back and enjoy how he solved it.
It all rested on Peter Falk and his ability to sort of just inhabit that character and how he unraveled them and how he sort of niggled at them again and again and again until they just couldn't. He did
it so well.
Yeah, my favorite episode, right, is the episode with Dick Van Dyke. He was a photographer and he killed his wife. Okay, and at the end, Columbo. Yeah, Columbo couldn't get him because he couldn't find anything that would get him. At the ending, Columbo had to trick him. So he calls him into the police station. He has all these cameras on the shelf. And he was saying to him, he showed a photograph and he was saying to him, you said you were at so-and-so time, like 7 o'clock, but on the clock, it says another time. So Dick Van Dyke was going, no, you've printed that picture wrong. You've flipped it to the other side. So the clock face is flipped on the other side. And he said, no. We had a photographer. He basically developed that film. You're under arrest. And he went, no. He goes, I can prove it. And he walks to the camera that took that photograph and he picked it up and he says, if you look in this camera here, and Columbo said to him, did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? And then he went to Dick Van Dyke. How did you know that camera was there at the murder scene? If you did not know, if you weren't there in the first place. And that's how he got him. That's what he got him. I was like, wow.
It was the same as the guy with the picture, remember? He's walking about, his hands in his pocket. And he says, we're looking for your fingerprint. Oh, no, you put your... he's looking for my fingerprints. He takes his hands out his pocket and he's got gloves on. That's typical Columbo. It was just super. Brilliant. I love Columbo. It's just, even now, it's... I can't brilliant. See... But Peter Falk was just a fantastic actor. Even the war movies he was in, you're sitting there thinking he would never have been anything because you can see he's got his glass eye and stuff like that. It's just he's a classic actor. He basically could enhance the role.
But I will ask a tricky question here. Columbo, amazing stuff. If you introduced Columbo in its format, straight as it was, modernized, no SJW, no nothing. Do you think today's people would be able to understand and follow the story?
No. Their attention span's very short.
No, it would have to have explosions, shootouts, driving, fast car chases.
And also they'd find something in it that would trigger them so their heads would explode.
But even at that, I think what the problem is as well is, sorry, we want a whodunit. We don't want to be told.
Yeah.
And it's basically the object was Columbo wasn't a whodunit. It wasn't a whodunit because there's plenty other ones of those. This was one that actually showed you the case being solved, even though you knew who did it. You wanted to see how he get caught.
Yeah, you'd have to cast it very right to find someone who was good.
Well, they were talking about Mark Ruffalo, weren't they, to play Columbo at one point, and then they were saying, they want Olivia Spencer to play Columbo. I'm like, that black woman, Olivia Spencer, you want to play Columbo? That doesn't make any sense.
Is Olivia Spencer the one out of Ma? Is that her?
Yes, that's her. Yeah.
I can't stand her. I cannot stand her acting, her style. She's just too in your face. She did a weird movie with what's her name? She played a superhero with that.
Oh God, yes, that's stupid.
Thunder.
I didn't watch it.
Is that the one?
I didn't watch
it. I saw the poster and I ran for the hills.
Is that the one, the two big ladies?
Yes. It's terrible. I hadn't watched it.
Melissa McCarthy. Yeah,
that's the one, Melissa McCarthy.
See, the very first time I saw her, McCarthy, it basically was. She was in a TV
show. Bridesmaids.
No, it was a TV show.
All right.
It was her and her husband, basically, two of them.
All right. Oh, you know what? I was watching Equalize a couple of days ago, and do you know who was in it? The guy that was in. Oh God, he's a big star. He played Lex Luthor in the Superman Returns. What's his name? Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey was in an episode of Equalizer. I couldn't believe it.
No way.
I was watching this. Yeah,
he was in
Wise Guy.
Do you remember Wise Guy?
I love watching classics and seeing something.
Yeah.
That's the fun part of watching those. Yeah.
Called Out of the Unknown 60s. And I'm sitting there going, that's the guy from EastEnders. That's Arthur. Or, and then there's the guy who played the Charwalla in Ain't Half Hot Mum. And you're sitting there thinking, I know him. Basically, you look at every episode, there was somebody who was a wee bit part, and they were basically at the start of their career. And I loved just watching them and sitting there going,
it's great to see that.
And all that.
It's like when Spider-Man 2 came out, the one with Alfred Molina.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I was like, and I was watching Raiders of the Lost Ark one day, and then he's going, throw me this.
Yeah.
Throw me the idol, I'll throw you the whip.
He hasn't aged a day between them, has he? He is still looking as young, isn't he?
But he's all black-faced, so I'm amazed they don't, say, because apparently they're doing that with the girl from Aliens too.
Yeah.
Apparently she's not Hispanic, so therefore they have to make her. They have to put a warning up now, a trigger warning on the Disney Plus. They've got a trigger warning now on Aliens, saying it's not, it's not a cultural appropriation.
Oh, no.
Come
Crazy.
on.
She's one of the
basically
best female characters out there because she was in a typical male role and she could handle herself with the best of them.
Oh yeah,
she was the best of them.
Yeah. Have you ever been mistaken for a man? No, have you?
That's what I'm saying. That was one. That's what you call a strong female
she
role
was
model.
legendary.
She was superb in that.
She was like, "Ma'am, I only need to know one thing: where they
are."
Yeah. But that's just classic. Of the time, that's what they knew how to do a strong female cast.
Yeah.
It's the same as when you had
Cagney and Lacey. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
They were great. Cagney and Lacey.
They were excellent.
Two great.
They were good.
Two great.
I will actually. It's Burn Notice. One of the ladies is in there.
Yes, I love Burn Notice.
I love it, and she's. Okay, if she was my mother, she would not be alive for 2 seasons. But
Sharon Gless.
I can't. But both of them had been in Burn Notice.
Yes, they did.
Yes,
Do you know Richard Gere was in Kojak, and he played a pimp.
Did he really?
I was watching an episode, and he was in it. I was like,
could have been worse. Jeremy Irons started on Play School.
He did.
Play away.
But also, the guy that played the guy that was what's his name? The Canadian. He plays Austin Powers. He did
Mike Myers.
Oh, Mike Myers.
Mike Myers.
Yeah,
Mike Myers.
Yeah, he did a kids show in England because he used to live in England. I think it was called Whack-A-Day or something like that. It
was the Wide Awake Club. Whack-A-Day was when Timmy Mile did his own solo show. It was the same theme tune but tweaked. But yeah.
Yeah. So it's amazing where they've come from, and also, but also Harrison Ford was in Kung Fu. He played a sheriff in Kung Fu. Would you believe that? So there you go. Kung Fu's an old show. So there you go.
God,
so.
Yeah. I thought. Hang on. Sorry, there's a discrepancy here. Wasn't he doing carpentry and George Lucas's?
It was only a tiny part, mate. He was a tiny part.
Yeah, he was renovating his flat. That's pretty much it. No, I will give this, if there are any gamers out there, the Austin Powers movies, the big evil
Dr. Evil.
Millions of dollars.
Yeah.
There's actually a video game on Steam where you are an evil overlord with your own lair, and you're sending your minions out to conquer the world and steal and do bank robbery stuff and everything. It's board game like, but it's very funny. It's really well made.
I've not heard of that.
I could check it out. I'll check it out.
Cool.
It's definitely in the spirits of $1 million.
$100 billion.
Yeah. Well, those films are great, and I hear he's making another one, and I don't think it's going to be good. I think we're just gonna. It's had its time, isn't it? Yeah,
it's had its time, and he's going to have to find producers and script writers and everything.
Well, he's already got a producer. Demi Moore did the first one.
Yeah, she did. Yeah,
did she?
She produced the first one. Yeah.
Elizabeth Hurley was so hot in the first one. Oh my God.
Wasn't she? Oh,
God, she was good.
For me, it was Heather Graham, wasn't it? In the
second one.
Third one. Second, that was the one for me. As in perfect Bond villain babe.
I tell you what's her name? Foxy wouldn't be going on nowadays, would she? She wouldn't be going on a thing. Beyonce. She'd be like the lead. Yeah. What was her name?
Beyonce.
Beyonce. Yeah.
Beyonce.
And it was like, she's like, "Oh, brown sugar, baby."
Yeah.
This sort of thing. And it's like that would not float today. No way.
No.
That definitely. No.
But you see he got his humor. Mike Myers got his humor from England, because there's that scene in it that was very reminiscent of Morecambe and Wise. I think it was the third one where Spielberg was there, and he starts doing these spins, doesn't he? He starts doing these acrobats, and it's obviously a stunt guy.
Yeah,
it's very much in the tongue of Morecambe and Wise, isn't it? You know what I mean? So, yeah. You can tell.
I love those movies. Actually, it's really weird. I like the movies more than the Morecambe and Wise movies more than the actual TV show.
I love
really?
Oh God, I've got the Morecambe and Wise movies. I love them.
I do too.
Superb. I'm a big Morecambe and Wise fan. I basically just love it.
I think Wendy doesn't know who Morecambe and Wise is. You don't know who Morecambe and Wise is.
I do. Yeah, I do. Since I've been here, I've been here about 13, 14 years now. So I'm familiar with them. Definitely.
They were never big here in Australia, but I'll tell you who were big, the two Ronnies. They were massive. Yeah. They had their own show here and everything. They actually came to live here for a year. And like none of that stuff, even Ronnie Corbett even had his own show here, his own talk show. They were massive. And, that's all gone. We even had our own version of Are You Being Served? So
I know. Yeah.
Really?
Crazy, right?
Are You Being Served Down Under?
I love that.
See, I've never seen that. I would love to see it. I would love to see that because I've got all Are You Being Served and Grace in Favour.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's that?
Daniel, what did you say?
I'm actually surprised that you've never seen it.
Well, I know it's the same one. I've got the Are You Being Served, and I've got Grace in Favour, which some of them were called Are You Being Served Again.
Yeah.
And they made 2 series here of Down Under, and back in the late 70s, early 80s, they had there was a show called Father Dear Father. They had that Down Under.
That was British show, yeah.
And like they actually flew the characters over to film these shows, and they've released some of them, but the only one they haven't released is Are You Being Served? Probably because pretty much it's just a repeat of the British series. Like they just put Australian characters in it, except for John Inman. He has to be,
all
Johnny
of them got made into a movie. Are You Being Served got made into a movie.
Yes.
Hey, that's coming out on Blu-ray here.
Yeah, Love Thy Neighbour. Love Thy Neighbour got made.
Love Thy Neighbour. See, the ones that criticise Love Thy Neighbour, they've never watched it. Because automatically say it is racist, but it's never. It's a classist. It's about Eddie and Bill, and it's a class. It was done. Yes, he uses some racial slurs. There's no denying that. But it wasn't about that. It was all about the fact is Eddie was the middle class, educated, and a better job, and. Was it Bill? I keep doing that. I remember one, I forget the other. Basically, he was the lower working class. He just did the knee up and get up and go, and he was always bothered about people from the upper class. Just so happened it was a black man. It was in the upper class, so he used slurs. But he never actually won any arguments. He never came out on top ever. It always showed him as the butt of the jokes, and what it should be, because if you're what to tackle racism or anything like that, you laugh at it, and that's what it was designed to do.
Mind your language.
Oh, I love that. It's like
there's been some really bad ones. There's been some really bad ones. Has anybody seen Curry and Chips?
Yeah, I saw one.
That was bad, and you had some really big names at the time in that, and that is the worst. Even I think I've got the season and I've watched less than one episode because I went, oh no, and I love Spike Milligan, I like Eric Sykes, and I'm sitting there going, no, it's not how good. The hell did they actually get away with making 6 episodes of that? But I'm aware that it was of its time, but even then, of its time, I'm sitting there going, because that was made roughly about the same time as the Rag Trade.
Yeah, the Rag Trade, ITV. That was ITV, wasn't it? On the Buses was ITV as well.
On the Buses as well.
Yeah, Bless His House was ITV. You know, and that got made into a movie as well. That got made into a movie. You know, what is it? Rise and Damp got made into a movie. They all got made into a movie.
Yeah. Rise and Damp was superb, and that's why I love things like Catch Them.
Even George and Mildred got made into a movie.
Oh,
George and
Mildred.
That killed Hammer. That actually killed the Hammer studio.
Oh, right,
that
did
movie.
it?
Really?
Right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because that was made by Hammer. Yeah.
Did you ever see the Bill Murphy's L for Leicester?
No.
It basically George and Mildred. He was a driving instructor. L for Leicester. It was called.
Yes. His wife is on
hilarious.
Twitter, and she actually posted it, and I was like, he's wearing a toupee, and it looks really bad. But like, it's really weird because like some of the publicity shots in that, he's wearing a toupee. And it's just, it doesn't look like him. But yeah,
it doesn't. Really, but it's one of those ones. It's just you can sit back and it's not a great series, but it's humorous enough that you could actually see. Like they're getting chased with the police once, and they come up to a Y junction, and he indicates and continues on, and the police see the indication and turn, and you're sitting there thinking it's so stupid, it's hilariously funny because to get away from the police, he indicates and continues on. The police follow where he was indicating to go, and it's just that stupid humor. I loved it. I must admit,
even Cannon and Ball made a movie.
Oh yes,
yes. The Plank, I think it was called, or something.
No, it was the Boys in Blue. It was called Boys in Blue.
Yeah.
The Plank was Eric Sykes.
Yes.
Oh yes,
he did Rhubarb as well, and I love both of them. I've got the Eric Sykes collection. It's got a few. The one with the Scout is hilariously funny with the Eric Sykes. He's a Scoutmaster. It's only him, and there's a bunch of Scouts, but they all get separated, and it's only him and one of the boys, and they solve a crime by stealing the money.
It's a shame, really, that they don't have humor like that today. I mean, obviously I do sound really, really old, but that kind of humor was even though sometimes it was slightly off the rails, like racist or whatever you want to call it, it was innocent. The tone of it was innocent.
It was innocent, but also, did you not think that when they were actually doing it, and it was, you're sitting there thinking that's dead racist, but they were actually trying to make you laugh at the ones that were doing it. They weren't actually saying they were right, and that's what I thought was good.
It assumed that the audience knew enough to see that the one that was the butt of the jokes was the racist, was the idiot. You know,
like Mega Geek said, it was innocent. It wasn't them being the bad guy.
The best one for that was Alf Garnett.
Alf Garnett.
Yeah. That was kind of the pity old Enoch went in power.
Well, the thing is, though, you're meant to laugh at that character because how stupid and ignorant he was.
That was the exact same with that. With Blade, Love Thy Neighbour. You were meant to laugh at that character, not sympathise with it. Whereas now they're trying to make it so that but you don't sympathise with most people are sympathising with the racists and the ones nowadays rather than laughing at them. That's the problem, because they don't understand what they're trying to say. And that's the big difference.
That's what I miss with the good. Well, I'm saying good old days, but if you take people like, if you take, if you take good old characters like George Carlin, even Eddie Murphy, Richard Pryor, they knew how to deliver comedy and literally not just poke fun at the fabric of society, but just like literally rip it apart. And it's like,
yes,
this is where you've gone wrong. Here's my observation on it.
yes.
I might sound like the
Tyrone is brilliant
racist,
for that.
but you are the guys doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do. We
You
do
must
miss those guys so much.
Well, you know,
Especially
the thing is,
George.
though, they're in hiding and they're scared to stand up. I mean, the only person that's not scared to do it is Kevin Hart and who's the other fella? I can't remember the other fella, but they're both not scared of going on stage and saying what's on their mind.
Let me guess, it's the guy that went, a gun, you can buy a gun for $20, but the bullet is $5,000. Bullet is $5,000.
That's Chris Rock. That's Chris Rock. No, Chris Rock.
Yeah.
Chris Rock
I
is
thought it
scared.
was Chris Rock. Yeah.
No, it's not Chris Rock. It's what's his name? I can't remember his name, but he's got a bald head and he's black. Anybody?
Dave Chappelle? No.
That's it, Dave Chappelle.
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
He's good.
He's brilliant.
He's not scared, and he's not, and Kevin Hart's not scared of actually saying what's on their mind. The other comedians have all just.
Did you see what Dave Chappelle did when with Netflix? He basically played the card against them.
Yeah.
Because they basically were actually cutting his stuff, and he says, "I feel offended as a black man," and they basically gave him the show back.
Yeah.
I thought superb.
Hoist
He's
on
very
their
clever,
own
man.
petard there.
This is where I think people also underestimate the stand-up comedians. And I will give fair props to current ones.
Right.
Like Michael McIntyre and those stuff. For those people in UK, he's very camp, but his observations are spot on.
He is very good at observational comedy. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's not as good as, say, Connolly or Colin,
because he doesn't have any edge to him. He's very family friendly, isn't he? He's very family friendly. That comedian.
See, when you're saying Billy Connolly early stuff is superb. The later stuff is too rich and famous to be
funny. Well, I will give you this.
Funny, but
I don't think it can be seen
personable
too much. But this is a metal poster from the Boondock Saints, where he's playing a badass. I'm something John Wick would run away from.
But no, I think Billy Elliot later stuff, because he's rich, famous, he's got this, as he calls it, the jet set light. It's less personable, so you can laugh at it because you have no idea what that type of life is. Whereas his early stuff, you could understand it because he was a working guy and he's making jokes about the work and about the people in the job. Whereas
it's relatable.
It's relatable. Yes. You could understand it. And that, I think Billy Connolly early stuff is Big Banana Feet and stuff like that is superb.
Yeah, they are.
TIVORCE. Yeah. That is
it's because he was there. He did the work.
He basically was a labourer in the shipyards.
Yeah. So he's seen it firsthand, and it's like, this looks a little bit out of order to me. And then bring it on stage, and when you hear it delivered through his, and I will say this, his voice, I don't think it's ever changed, but for me, that is what sarcasm always sounds like.
What's he suffering from, guys? He's suffering from something now, isn't he?
I think is it Alzheimer's? Or is it Parkinson?
Parkinson.
Aye.
It's a shame. Real shame.
See, when we were talking about earlier about Pink Panther, right?
Mm-hmm.
Has anybody seen that one?
Oh, Top Secret. That was a TV show, was it not?
No. The Top Secret Life of Edgar Briggs.
Oh, yeah. I'm mixing it up with the other one, Lucky Guy. There was another one he made.
I've got Lucky Fella.
Lucky Fella, that was it. Yeah.
This was his Lucky Fella was his second stand role. This was his first one.
Oh, right. I remember it.
Imagine Clouseau mixed with
James Bond.
Mixed with Smart from Get Smart. Or even Johnny English, right?
Get Smart. Good.
Take out the humour. Basically, he is a really funny comedian. He's very visually funny. His early stuff is all visually funny.
I saw him in
made that. This was a basically for him to show his talents, which it did. But see, the writers, they couldn't actually write funny if they wanted to, because like you had Clouseau, who was smart, but he was just incompetent, didn't know what he was doing. You had Get Smart, who was smart, but he was incompetent. He just didn't know about things happening.
Smart is literally he's too smart for himself.
Yes, he's overly smart. He thinks he knows better than anything. Whereas that one, he would have him as if that's the same type of character. So he would say something, turn around and forget it, and you're sitting there thinking, how did he get such a lovely wife, a high job in the CIA or MI5, and you're sitting there thinking, just because things happen around him and they always go well for everybody else, and you're sitting there thinking, no matter what, that type of person wouldn't have even passed the test.
But the difference between Peter Sellers and the other comedians is that Peter Sellers the scripts were mediocre, the Pink Panther films, but it's the things that he did physically and the things that wasn't written in the script that made those films really, really like that. There's that scene in it where
that's what they tried to do with him.
You know the scene where he has the spaghetti, he's trying to open his door and the lady drops her thing and he's still got his key stuck in the door, and when he turns to her, his whole trousers gets ripped off. Remember that scene?
Yeah.
You know, and then there's the spaghetti bit where he drops it on the floor and he tends to dance, thinking that will impress the lady. You know, it's all those things that wasn't written in the script that he did. You know,
but that's what they tried to do with that. But the problem was that the stuff around it made him literally incompetent, not overly smart or something. It was just incompetent. Dear father
in Australia. I actually saw a question on Twitter today that
Ronnie Corbett. I've got a load of Corbett stuff.
I actually saw a question on Twitter today. There's blackface in that. That's weird.
Dear.
Ooh, yeah.
Fantastic. Oh. Ooh. Tommy Cooper was absolutely brilliant, and Alan Partridge. Yeah,
I've got.
I like Tommy Cooper.
Tommy Cooper's genius.
Yeah, he was.
Thy neighbor.
What was that one? Love Thy.
Do you know what? Right, I was watching Tommy Cooper, right, and I just happened to see it on YouTube. Superb. And he was talking to the audience, and in the background, suddenly somebody dressed like Laurel and Hardy just walked and fiddled with his tie and just walked across the stage, and he just turned around and he went, "Who was that?" Do you know what I mean? And that was the game. Yeah. It was just,
Well, he just had to come out on stage. He was just so funny. He just didn't have to.
Okay. He would say things like, "I've got a pain in the back," and then he would turn around and do that and bring a pane of glass out and stuff.
Yeah.
These are two of the greatest British TV shows that were pretty much the last ones I think were the funniest.
What's that?
There's a Hello.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Listen very carefully. I should say this.
And I laugh.
Blackadder. I love Blackadder. Yeah, Blackadder is.
I will say this as the stranger to UK, because I didn't grow up in UK. I moved to UK in my early 20s.
Well, that's nice.
Blackadder seems to be hated for some odd reason.
Really?
It may be Rowan Atkinson, but Blackadder seems to be hated for some reason. It's like, I don't like him.
Girls.
Do you want to see the Moffat's best thing he ever wrote?
What's that?
Let me guess.
Oh, you said something about that
couplings.
Yeah,
it was okay.
The first three seasons of that were just.
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right.
There was a show before that. There was a show before that that Stephen Moffat actually wrote, and
is this the one about the newsroom?
A comedy show. No, I don't know. No, I think it was about two loving couples and like they'd divorced or something, and it was about their relationship after they'd divorced. And anyway, this guy, it was a comedy, and this guy wanted to see it again, and he couldn't see it again because it didn't do very well. So it was lost, and no one was releasing it on DVD. So he ended up buying the rights to the actual TV show and producing it himself on DVD and having it distributed that way so that he could actually get to see it,
Oh, wow.
He just felt it was too good for him to actually, to actually, not be able to share this show that he loves so much. So he ended up buying the rights for it to be shown on DVD. And because no one watched it, it was cheap, And now Stephen Moffat's huge,
Must be
Hey, Enigmatic Joker is here. Hey,
Enigmatic. I hope you're all right, mate.
I need to get into the chat because I was actually messing around with stuff. Hiya.
Hello.
Hello. Or should we go hello?
I was pissing by.
Yes, I was pissing by your dog.
He was so good at that, and I'm trying to remember who he reminded me of, because there's somebody used to do that, but a lot earlier, and it was similar idea, and they just messed it up in such a funny way.
It's kind of like Inspector Clouseau, but just more. He does it more rather than where Peter Sellers is more energetic and does a lot more falling over and everything. This guy just says it,
Yeah.
So yeah. But I mean, I'll be amazed how apparently in the French version they just have him. When they've dubbed it, they've just had him doing like really saying weird things because they can't really make that translation.
I wonder if France thinks the Pink Panther movies are funny.
Oh,
when I show it in France.
No. Well, you think about it. You look at Faulty Towers.
Yeah.
Who loved Manuel best? What other country apart from the UK? They basically Spain loved him, but see when they actually took him over to Spain and they made him Mario, they hated it because they wanted to see Manuel the way he was portrayed in Faulty Towers, but because he couldn't, because it was in Spain, they basically hated it. It was just so weird when they do things like that.
Same thing with Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was in a what is that show? Green Hornet. And then when they sent it over to China, they redubbed it and called it Kato, because Kato was it Kato?
Yeah,
because he was the second star. Yeah, they made him.
Yeah, he was the star. Yeah,
he was. Yeah, Bruce Lee was the star.
That's how he got huge.
Yeah, he did, because America rejected him.
Yeah,
they went back to his own country.
Effectively, Kung Fu was meant to be a Bruce Lee movie. Show.
There's debate about that, because obviously in one of the movies they say that he was the one that came up with the idea, but a lot of people dispute that. So who knows?
I think it's not a case of he came up with the idea. I think the problem was it was because the way he starred in the Green Hornet is it was a vehicle for him, and they decided that they couldn't have.
Well, I saw the making of Kung Fu, and the producer said they were looking at Bruce Lee, but unfortunately he wasn't very good at English. So that was one of the reasons why they didn't take him on. But then when you watch the movie, about Bruce Lee, it says that Bruce Lee came up with the idea with the producer and they stole the idea from him. But according to the making of Kung Fu, that was never the case. They came up with the idea. The people that actually made Kung Fu, and they considered Bruce Lee, but Bruce Lee's English wasn't too good, so that's why they went with Carradine. They went with what's his name? So
you know what I find really funny that from this week, the news is that guy from the UK that's gone and made himself Korean.
Oh God! Himself Korean.
Do not watch. Stay clear of the topic.
He now looks at himself as being Korean now that he's had his eyes done. Yeah, have you not seen this?
There was a point in time, like back when we were growing up, that would have been considered incredibly racist thing to do.
It still is. Yeah. It is to me.
I want to know is when's he going to Korea to actually get the Koreans to accept him? A penny he'll be stoned.
Hello, I'm dead. I don't know.
So he's actually from the UK, but now he identifies as being Korean, and he's had his eyes cut so that they look more Korean.
But this
is not just eyes. It's like racing of foreheads and all that stuff.
Okay. he wanted to look like a Korean pop star or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's like 18 surgeries over 8 years.
Oh,
or something.
really? I didn't read into it. I was just
him.
like, you're a mania.
I know.
No, unfortunately, I live here and I get to see it on the decrepit, well, the less reputable, shall we say, newspapers.
Well, I think he's trans as well, so yeah, it's a bit weird.
There's definitely pronouns in there, but I have no idea, and
one.
I couldn't care less. I mean,
I love Norman
it's your
Wisdom.
life. You do what you want to do with it, but yes, that's definitely out
that's
there.
coming out here too.
Jim, where are you from? Where are you talking from?
I am currently just about 25 miles west of London, but I grew up north of the Arctic Circle. If you're hearing an accent.
Yes, I am. Yeah, I was just wondering.
That is Frankie's. That is one of his best. I love when Churchill.
Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that biopic that they did with David Williams?
Yes.
It was absolute awful parody of him. But like, I don't even think half of it was true. You know what they said about him. So because apparently, but then again, John Barrowman's gotten into the same trouble lately too. But from what he was doing it, 40 years ago.
Do you know Howard? Right, basically, nobody was hiring him. He got to the point where nobody would hire him, and he just went on a circuit. And you know what? He didn't book out venues. He went to the students. He went to universities and did the circuit with the universities, and that's how he became more popular with all the students. All the students went crazy over him. Do you know what I mean? That's very clever. It's very, very clever thing to do. Because like most comedians, when they die, they basically try and resurrect themselves by, paying for a theater and, trying to get the audience in based on what they've done in the past. But Frankie Howard, he just went, I'm going to go to the students. That's what he did.
I watched a documentary on Danny LaRue recently.
All right.
And Danny was superb.
Yeah, but it was weird how his career went downhill, and he's literally what Ian just said. He ended up booking out venues and that just so that he could try and keep going, because he just didn't have the thing that he once did, you know.
It's the same as like Danny and things like that. They're the type of people. See if you actually approach them and talk to them. Because they have hit rock bottom and bounced back because of fans and stuff like that, they're nicer people.
Yeah,
I don't like them, but my wife likes them. David Hasselhoff. She says
get in my car.
It does not bother me. I like Knight Rider, but most of the other stuff it doesn't bother me one way or the other. But do you know what I like about him? She went to they were doing the filming of that X Factor or whatever it was, and she said she was actually standing and she was one of her friends was getting into it, and they had tickets to go and view it, and she says all the other stars came in out the car straight in and ignored all the people cheering. Says he stood out for an hour and a half to talk to people and chat and stuff like that. And I says that's because he hit rock bottom. He went to Germany and built his career up again.
He did.
And that's why he'll take the time to sit and talk to people. And
that's fair enough.
But you know what's really sad is that the greatest duo in the entire world, the funniest duo in the entire world, Lauren Hardy, they got screwed money wise, and they ended up having hardly any money at all. And they had to do a circuit in England to try and regain their popularity, and they were well over the hill, but people still came to see them. It's really sad. I got that.
Was sad,
the full collection.
I got the full collection. I've actually got that box, PJ. Actually got it. Yeah.
But basically, you look at the movie, right? Stan Ollie, right? The movie was a twist on the actual facts, but it gave you the idea, because the bit where it starts off, they come and nobody knows who they are. That never happened. It started in the island because they coming from America, they couldn't come straight to Britain. They had to go via America.
Yeah.
And so they landed in Ireland, and see the crowd at the end. That's how they started their tour, with the crowd, because it was Laurel and Hardy. And that's when they realised that they still had fans around the world.
Yeah.
That's why they did more tours. And it wasn't a case of it was in America they were treated like that. They became second-class citizens because they weren't seen as funny anymore. As soon as they come over to Britain, then they went to Europe. People loved them.
I will give a fun factoid there, just to jump in quickly.
Sorry, say that again.
I will go. It's a factoid, but technically it's a fact. In Scandinavia, as I said, I grew up there. Does Jim the Viking, but Lauren Hardy in Scandinavia is known as the whole and a half.
Aye, it's in Germany. It's something like Dolph and Dirk or something like that as well. Yep. They're not known as Laurel and Hardy worldwide. There is in Turkey. They're called something completely different. So I think there's one called Dirk and Dork or something.
Yeah, but
like
you know
that
what,
well.
right, guys? Their movies were genius stuff. Their short films were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's a masterclass, really.
Even when they did it,
amazing in that.
Even when they did it in a foreign language, they actually didn't dub it. It was done so they would learn it phonetically, and then they would do the same routine again in Spanish. They would do the same routine again in German and in French. They would learn it phonetically. No idea what they were saying, but they would learn it so they could actually do the exact same, and it wasn't dubbed. It was actually they recorded them on the 4 languages and stuff like that.
They won the Oscar for the short one they did with the piano. They were trying to get the piano up the stairs.
The piano.
Yeah, it was really funny, and I don't understand why they're not more celebrated, because they're basically their humor is amazing, and also inspired a crap load of comedians after
Dick Van Dyke and all that used to go and visit Stan. So they did when he was before he passed.
Yeah, he went to the funeral. Yeah,
it's the first time I saw a gag. Right, basically, Stan was running down the stairs and he stops halfway and he takes a glass of water out of his pocket and he drinks it and he puts it back and he runs down the stairs. As a kid, I thought that was hilarious. I was like, how did they do that? And I was just laughing my head off.
It's the same as, like, for instance, when my favourite one is when with the boat, Toad in the Hole. Basically, right, they buy a boat and they're doing it all up. And there's Ollie at the top painting the mast, but he's locked Stan in the cabin, and he's messed around, and he goes poof, and he gets caught between the mast and the wall. So he starts sawing it, and he's sawing it like that, and you just see Ollie, and then he just looks at the camera and goes, I wonder, as if to say, I wonder what that is. But it's just the fact is, there was somebody looking straight at the camera to me and going, what's that?
Breaking the fourth wall.
Breaking the fourth wall. It's the first ones I remember him doing that, and it's just I just love Lauren.
The one where he's in a hospital. The one where he's in a hospital. With the nuts. He has that bad leg and the nuts and the egg, and it's so funny. I was laughing my head off, and he's hanging out the actual window. It's incredibly funny. Even when I think about it, I laugh. But then again, I guess it's because I was so young when I was watching that stuff. Even when I watch it now, I still think it's funny. Yeah,
but it's the same idea. Funny. See, even when they were filming something like the one where they were up in the high building site.
Yeah,
they basically what they did was they used to build that on a roof. So like maybe
they did,
10 feet away from the edge and film it in such a way that it looked as if it was actually way high up, but it's still scary. You think about it, because an accident and something happens, you hit and roll. You're not that far away.
I still get vertigo watching that one.
I get vertigo when I'm watching certain things, and that one, it's the same as Harold Lloyd, where they're climbing up the side of the building.
Yeah, Harold Lloyd's good as well.
I love Harold Lloyd.
I think, guys, I've got to go because Ian wants me on his channel. Anyway,
don't go.
I promise
we'll hold your hostage here. Yes, say that.
Right, well, listen, guys, it's been great talking to you, and I'll come on again, PJ, if you
definitely
want me on,
you're
mate.
welcome anytime.
Okay. Take care,
Daniel, mate, take it easy, pal. Love you, pal. Guys, take it easy.
Good night.
Right? Bye later. Bye.
Take care, Ian. Bye.
Right. Now we can talk about them.
Don't worry. Some people do that about me too.
And
it annoys me.
And can I just make a appeal to any new viewers that will be watching the stream afterwards. Let's try and get PJ some more subscribers. Come on, let's this channel, because how many subs have you got just now?
I'm at 72. I'm slowly climbing. Climbing. Thankfully, they've not taken any back off me. But the thing is, I think I've been stealing the captain's subscribers. Anytime he loses one, I see gain one.
Yeah, like me.
Let's try and get up 100.
Yeah, because you know,
definitely.
I mean, I've been promoting our Red Dwarf streams on the forum.
Yeah, I do.
Yes, yeah, you have.
You know what though? Like personally, I prefer the smaller streamers.
I do.
We were saying this the other day. Yeah, we were saying the same thing. It's so much more personal, and it's
apart from anything else, we talk to the chat. The chat actually makes a big difference. When somebody was saying about Gary's stream, right? And there's if there's 4,000 watching. You put in that chat, it goes.
Yeah.
But it's I think it's a drawback, unfortunately, that I wouldn't say the bigger. I mean, they're still as friendly. They'll bring you on. They'll have a chat with you and everything.
Yeah.
But I think you have one of the greatest channels that I think I've ever been.
Thank you very much.
I participate on, and so does Ian as well. I participate in the Space Book, and that's one of the greatest channels I think that is on YouTube that I watch.
Definitely.
And I'm not just saying that because I'm on it.
No,
because
I've watched the Facebook and he's really good. I like it.
We love it.
Dan is an amazing host, and I'm not just saying that because we're friends, but because it's just the fact that it's so personal. But he actually he does what he wants to do. He doesn't clickbait.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't do these things where, he'll talk about it. And I sometimes I say to him, hey, do you mind if we talk about Gina Carano? No, I think that's been done to death. And I'm like, well, it's your show, But I'm like, and he's like, it's not something that, he wants to, he doesn't want to be this aggravating personality like a lot of them are, just to get the click.
I mean, you get, I'm the same sort of but unfortunately, for some unknown reason, I became the Antichrist as PJ Connect. That's because you've seen that big like.
Definitely.
To me, Dan treats his chat with respect. He will always give people a voice. He does not abuse people in chat or even some of the people in the actual stream. He will give them time. He will tell you when you've gone a little bit too far as talking wise, and to give other people a good go, And I mean, you are conscious of that fact all the time. But it's just a matter of having an equal level of doing things. And I mean, I watch Blue Bonnet's channel, and Wendology, you've been on that channel too, I mean, these people, they don't go, if she's got something to say, she'll say something, otherwise she's not going to go onto a clickbait type of system where she's talking about something that she's not interested in. You're the same. Exactly, Daniel. You're exactly the same. You want to do what you want to do, mate.
It's the same as sound. That's why I've decided that we don't set with a subject. We'll just go where the chat takes us, the talk takes us. Because if you actually try and steer a chat a particular way, it's never organic. In an organic chat, it doesn't matter where it goes. We're all happy. We're all adults. We can actually all talk about things. We don't need. So it doesn't matter if we feel uncomfortable. It's a chat, and we can talk about things.
Yeah, I'll be cheeky here though. We are actually the ones that grew up with proper sci-fi, fantasy content.
That's
good
no
stories.
cheap. Hey, the truth isn't
Yes,
cheap.
we did.
Yes, we certainly did.
We did.
I have colleagues at work. They're definitely not in my age range whatsoever. But I will give this to them. They love the current stuff, the current sci-fi. They love it, and I'm of the opinion I won't ruin it for them and tell them that it is really a lot better because this is something they like. They're not like evangelist about how great Star Trek Discovery is for them. They're just going, I like it. And I'm going,
it's fair enough.
It's fair enough. Just like when they said it, it's fair enough. This is for you. You like it. That's cool.
What
that's
got
exactly
me
what I
is
say.
I have been on streams, right? I won't mention who they are, but I've been on streams where they are more worried about the subscriber rate and who is watching and who isn't, and that's not what you worry. You know, you should be worrying about. You should be worrying about your content,
And
you should be worrying about. You know, you should be worrying.
But can I just add to that?
For it.
As you get further into your YouTube sort of journey, Matt, you'll notice that you build up, and you notice that you build up a regular audience. So, like you say, for example, EJ and James Dark was like basically my our audience there, my iPad. So to me, when I see them in the chat, it means that I'm doing something correct. Because I'm retaining those guys as viewers, and it makes me feel
I know, Daniel. I totally understand that, but the thing is, though, too, you've got to remember, you have built up that audience. Yeah. You have done that, okay? Yeah. And what you need to do is that sort of thing is to, and I found this, is to go around and promote your channel with other channels, you know, and then I found that, you know, you start. I mean, we all share that. That's the thing. We share that subscriber base, you know. Yeah. I mean, I went on the first. I can tell you now. I went on Noel's channel, right, and that's how I found your channel, right? Because I liked what you had to say, so I followed you on, you know, and it was the same with, you know, Dan. You know, Dan was on Noel's channel, and you know, there are all these people, and then Rabbi as well. You know, and I mean, but I found Noel's channel through Nerdrotic. You know, so it and it's a matter of promotion, and it's a matter of, you know, who's, you know, what sort of content that you've got that interests you. Because I didn't know that nobody else besides me hated Jodie Whittaker so much. I thought I was the only one, and I this is the God honest truth. I thought I am the only one. And then when I saw Noel break down on Nerdrotic's channel, because I was like, well, that's how I felt, you know, and I didn't even watch the episode.
Us too,
it's very true, but I will give slight disagreement here. I don't hate Jodie Whittaker. I just think she got the worst of the possible thing that she could ever been given. I mean, no matter how good she would have been as an actress or actor, you know, gender pronouns and everything, but
she can't act.
The script is just bad.
But she can't act either. She can't act the story either. She can't.
I know, but I understand what Jim's saying. Jim's saying is, even if she could act, the script was crap anyway. That's what he's
But but that was the same with Peter Capaldi too. The half the shows I didn't watch with Peter Capaldi, but that wasn't because he was a crap actor. He was a fantastic actor, but the stories were terrible.
Yeah.
But the thing is, though, at least he gave it to a level where you could actually watch the story. Even just to see.
That's why I stopped watching them, because the stories were that bad. Even Peter couldn't actually hold them.
I actually stopped midway of season. I think it was season 9.
The final one, I just couldn't watch it anymore.
It was the Zygon stuff. I was just like
season 9,
yeah, and I kind of just went, you know what? I'll wait until it comes out on Blu-ray before I watch it all, because I just don't have time for this, and I'm not enjoying it.
Yeah,
and so that's exactly what I did.
Aye, see, as I'd said to Daniel before, the way I look at fandom, right?
Yeah.
Which I've had experience with it. I remember going to a Comic-Con, and there was a wee girl. She must have been about 5, dressed as Jodie Whittaker, and there was somebody. There was a girl. Right, you could tell she was a classic fan. Let's put it this way. And she was giving the wee girl abuse, and I'm sitting there thinking, why are you abusing her because you don't like something? If you don't like something, it's no impact on her. Because if we all like the same thing, there would be one TV program, one movie. That would be it. Because your fandoms don't impact on my fandoms. We might have a lot of fandoms in common, but just because I don't like something doesn't mean you have to not like it. Just because I love something doesn't mean you have to love it. And that's the thing about fandoms. Most fandoms is you can hate certain people, you can hate certain characters, you can love them. It shouldn't have any impact on somebody else. People who don't like it could all talk about it, but you can guarantee there'll be certain things you like that they won't like, even if they dislike the same things that you dislike. That's the way I look at it with fandom. So I'm not here to actually slag any fandom. I'm here to tell people my fandom is.
I know Dan's got something to say, so go ahead, Daniel.
PJ, when you told me that in the first stream that I brought you onto my channel, because we had just started talking a couple of weeks before that stream, and I was telling you about some of my experiences about the abuse I've received, and you've actually seen some of it in real time in my chat as well. So, and as people seem to think that I spend all my time absolutely destroying this era. I mean, look at what I'm attempting to do at the moment. I'm trying to do different stuff on my channel at the moment, as you've seen. PJ, I'm still getting a shit from time to
time. What did I tell you? It's not about what you think. It's about their insecurities. If they're so insecure about it, that's why they're trying to get you to convince you that you're wrong, because they're so insecure. They think I might be wrong, so I have to convince other people that I'm not. So that's why it's nothing to do with what you're saying. It's what they're thinking, and I've said that.
But this is the line I'm going down. I'm an old school geek. I love computer games. I love good classic sci-fi TV shows. I love Magic the Gathering. I love collectible stuff.
Jim, look.
Oh, yes, I see it. That's why I actually mentioned it. But my best card game ever, trading card game ever, was the game they released for Lord of the Rings. You can have how many players you want around the desk. The aim of the game is to overburden the ring bearer. Your ring bearer. So you can have a friend in one turn, and they can be your enemy in the next turn.
Yeah, now that's the thing with Dungeons and Dragons. You can do that when you're playing. It doesn't matter. I've got the Wheel of Time card game as well.
I mean, going back to what Matthew
you were
said
saying,
about, about clickbait and things like that. I mean, sometimes I can understand how some channels get drawn to clickbait because, I mean, I run a forum and I find that sometimes it's only the clickbait that gets fans talking these days.
It's like moths to a flame. It is.
Yeah. And that's, you look at Facebook, Twitter, whatever, doesn't matter what social media. I could put come and join my stream, or else I could put as, we're going to trash Jodie Whittaker, come and watch, and you would get a hell of a lot more people coming to watch your stream just so you can get the clicks, because they're either coming in because they agree or they vehemently disagree. But no, we'll just talk about things, and if you want to join in, we'll chat with you in the chat. We're not going to actually say things just to get people to click.
I mean, I've ended up having to leave streams only because, like, what I found is that, like, some people probably take it a bit too far as mocking my accent and that sort of thing. I can take a little bit of a joke, but when it's like 2 hours of mocking my accent, no, I don't find it funny. And that to me is really rude. And probably going a little bit too far. Yeah. And I was like shocked, and I was just like, it's not funny,
Mm-hmm.
And
that's another thing as well. See if it's a friend flagging about
just
your
out
accent.
of curiosity, because I found this like 2 weeks ago, and there's apparently a group of people that believe Australia isn't real. Are these the kind of people?
We're actors. Don't you see? I'm actually a stuntman for Harrison Ford, so I'm not actually, So if I talk in my real accent, I'm an American, but otherwise, but I sound like Kermit the Frog, so I do apologize.
See Matt, what you're saying about your accent as well. You notice how sometimes your friends slag you about accent. You look at me on Captain's stream with Problem and all that. They slag me, PD Rich. They slag me.
Yeah, but you're in the stream. No.
But what I'm saying is the fact is, even when I'm sitting in the chat, they'll say, and I'm not in the stream, they'll say, do it in a PJ Maybe voice and stuff like that. And the thing is, the difference is, they're people who are friendly, are friends. They're doing it just as basically a comment.
It's like a mate.
It's a mate having a fight.
And it's the people who are in the defend yourself.
Yes, it's the ones that actually do it just to try and be nasty. There's a difference between people doing it as a friend, just having a laugh and joke with you, and the ones who are just doing it just to be nasty. Because even if it wasn't your accent, it'll be my hairline, it'll be
I don't get the nasty thing. I just don't get the point of that.
I don't find it. I to me, I respect everybody, and I don't treat them any differently. I treat people equally. If you're the nicest person in the world, I'll get along with you.
I'll admit,
it's just weird.
I'll admit sometimes I have gotten nasty online because it's like it just as part of the environment. Just kind of you fight. That's how I thought you fight your corner. But I mean, the malice that I've seen, people just kind of just doing it just for the hell of it, just to strike.
Well, that's it. I mean, you do have to fight your corner sometimes. Totally agree. Yeah, absolutely. But like you're saying, Sadako, it's the people that just do it for the sake of just getting a thrill out of just being
malicious, and I've seen that, and I don't. I don't get into it at all.
I just don't get it.
But there is the slight difference is, if you are mates, if you're buddies, you know each other's insecurities, you know everything. You can take a jab at it and like make it funny. It's like, right, you bastard. What do you want? I'm heading up to the bar. You want a Guinness? Or you want an IPA? The bastard is the jab, but it is the friendly jab. It isn't meant to be an insult.
But the thing is, though, Jim, just imagine it though. If they tied you up to that chair that you're in now, right? Put thing over your mouth so that you couldn't say a word, and just shouted abuse at you constantly, and you had no recourse. That's not on, is it?
No, that's definitely not on.
You have the right the ability to actually talk back at them and to, you know, have a jab back at them. And that to me is friendly. It's not friendly when there's only a one-sided voice saying, you know, making fun of you constantly.
Yeah, if you're in the chat and they're on the stream doing it, that is just wrong.
That's the reason why I've left, because I'm like, no, I'm not dealing with that. You know,
I've left streams when I've seen people actually being abusive to somebody else, not necessarily me. I've just been sitting watching it, I've not commented, but I've seen the way they act, and I thought, I don't want to actually watch people who are that. I just switch off. It's just, if I find somebody offensive, I just go, there's plenty others on YouTube.
I have separate tiers on that. So if someone is starting to be abusive, I just ignore them. But if they're getting over the top, or if they're being approved by, say, whoever is leading the stream or the chat or the forums or wherever I am, and they're just going, they're harmless. It's like, no, this is out of line. You treat people with respect. If you're friends with them, you can do jabs, but even as a friend, you don't go.
You know your limit.
Yes.
Yeah, it's about boundaries, isn't it?
Yes.
You know, it's understanding the difference between, as you said, having a bit of a laugh with a mate and having a bit of a joke with each other, and then somebody who you don't know, who doesn't appreciate you as a human being, just being insulting just for the sake of it, you know.
Yeah, it was the same as like one of my nephews is gay, and his brother always used to slag him about it. And one of my friends was there saying, "Isn't that terrible?" I says, "No, because if you said the same things, he would kill you for talking about his brother. It's because they're brothers. Because brothers slag each other about everything. It would have been, if he was wearing glasses, it would have just been the exact same slagging. It would have got, his sexuality had nothing to do with it. It was just two brothers slagging each other. But because people heard it, they were thinking, that's really terrible. No, because he's saying it. But if anybody, even me, who is part of the family, said it, I would get a doing as well. And that's the difference. Family, friends can know the limit of what they can do. But if anybody else steps over that line, God help them. It's the same as I could slag my friends. We slag each other to death all the time. Yeah. But if anybody else slagged them, I'd be standing next to them. Really?
Because see, to be honest, because last night, because me and you are having the jobs, for the jobs with each other, and us. And see, that's the part, and see, that's a big part of humor. And to be honest, the two of us have get on up with that though, because we are both Scottish, and it's a sign, and basically it's a sign that we enjoy each other's company, to be honest.
You know, that's the thing.
I'll listen to it. It's just traditional.
Yeah, but you have to be a little bit careful too, because like PJ said about, you know, his nephews and, you know, one of them being gay and the other one jabbing, you have to think about what's going on in their lives at that time too. And we don't see each other in our when we get out of these streams, you know.
Yes, of course.
We're just aware, and you know, maybe a couple of people. I mean, I had a death in the family, and I was absolutely devastated because my mum's got dementia, and I had to, you know, I pretty much had to grieve for her as well because she'd lost her sister, and so I was grieving for me and for her, and so you know. I was going through a difficult time, and I had people abusing me, messaging me and everything, and I said, look, mate, I'm grieving, you know, I haven't got time to to reply to everything that you want me to reply to, because I'm sorry, I just don't want to talk about it. I'm trying to deal with it myself, and a lot of people just don't know what you're able to, what you can do. I mean, some people on this channel, not saying that yous are, but anyone on this channel could be suicidal. You don't know, and so you have to be aware.
I quite agree with that, but as Daniel was saying, because we've chatted offline as well, so we're a bit more. I can understand that because, and I do understand that, and I do agree for you, because my dad passed away this year, and he had dementia, and it was basically it took me months to get over that. And my dad had dementia really severely for the last 5 years, and I sat and watched him go downhill. It's not a nice thing to do, and I've got the personality my mum and dad brought up that I hide it. So people didn't notice how bad I had it. But yes, as you could say, somebody could have said anything to me that could have set me off. And that's true. But what Daniel says, because we have talked in the background as well, so we know certain limits. And so we can have a slag. And that's the difference, I think, with people you're acquainted with. Like the guys in the stream, we all just know each other from the streaming together. Me and Daniel chat in the background, so we know a wee bit more about each other. So, but I do quite agree with that. There is boundaries. You have to set levels of boundaries, because we wouldn't slag you about things that we wouldn't know, because we wouldn't know. Simple as that. Whereas me and Daniel might slag each other a wee bit more personally, because we're more acquainted in the background.
I mean,
I will jump in here. I met you, PJ. What was it? 4 weeks ago now.
Yep, and it was Captain Stream, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, and it's like we really hit it off. It was like it was a good, fun conversation back and forth. But I wouldn't slag you off on anything this so-called early in meeting someone new. It's disrespectful. We don't know each other that well. We know each other well enough that, hey, you have Magic the Gathering. You got that stuff. And I'm actually going to tell a very sad story from my 17th year on this planet. And me and my brother were really having one of these, slagging each other off, calling us, since this is live stream and this is on YouTube, I shouldn't not say those words, but I'll let your imagination fly. But she just started crying. My girlfriend of 3 weeks just started crying because she thought we hated each other's guts. And it was just lovely banter between each other. We'd known each other for almost 20 years at this point. And I'd known her for 3 weeks. Obviously, it didn't last beyond 3 weeks, but it's still that sensitivity. But banter as it should be, when you say, hey, I'm trying to think of something that isn't offending anyone, but I realize we have an extremely diverse crowd, but hey, bald fucker. Sorry, PJ.
Yeah, you see, you have a go at him, you have a go at me too. So
hey, you got a hat on my screen.
I'm at the moment, but I'm bald as a cucumber, and I don't care. But when it's if someone has a little niggle at you or something, that's fine. But when it's constantly,
that's true.
You do know maliciousness when you see it. You're not stupid.
Even with my best mates, I wouldn't repeat the same old jab every single time. It would be something different. So I know certain things happen to my brother that should not be repeated at all, ever on the internet. But it's an hilarious, it's like golden, like jab point for your best mate.
You would repeat to him in person.
Yes. Every single time.
I have absolutely no worries about having a go at an accent. But when it's pointed at a particular person and you are taking the mickey out of them constantly, out of that particular, with using that accent, and you are doing it purposely to have a go at a jab at them, not at the actual the actual person or the actual country.
If you're being generic about a Scottish accent,
generic.
My accent.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm terrible at Scottish accents. I'd probably come out with an Irish one or something like that. But I mean, like I said, if I do an American accent, I'm not having a go at Wendology at all.
No, of course not.
No, and I don't even know where what part of that country that's actually from. I mean, I've had a go at I have a go because I can understand New Zealand accents. I know that when someone's from New Zealand, even though a lot of people can't tell the difference, they all think that that's Australian. I mean, even now on the Facebook, we have a bit of a jab because they think that, they always say, Dan says, what do you think about that when you live in New Zealand? And I say, well, I don't live in New Zealand, Dan, and that's a bit of a running gag. And, because I'm from Tasmania, so therefore they don't realise that they think that's more of a New Zealand thing than an Australian thing. And,
so you're Australian. I'm sorry to jump in here, and this will be a jab at you. You're from the island off of Australia that no one remembers the name of.
Exactly. That's not true. We've all seen the Tasmanian Devil cartoons. We know.
No. Us on the call have seen that. I don't think anyone else have.
Well, I mean, I've been told Tasmania's in Africa as well.
I'm no great at geography, but even I know.
Geography was never my forte, but I know that.
Tanzania, And so, but it's really weird because we're in the Pacific region, and we're actually probably because a lot of the time we get called as Australasia because pretty much we're in the Asian region. And
hang on. So I suck at geography, but Asia is north of Australia. Tasmania is south of Australia.
Yes, and we're right down the bottom. But and pretty much forgotten about. So, but we're our own state. So, that's been good that's been good because on this whole thing with the latest flu epidemic and everything, we have a moat.
So that is perfect.
We just drew up the drawbridge. I'm
getting Monty Python vibes here. It's like your mother smells like elderberries or whatever it was. I can't remember the phrase, but
for the last year, we've been totally free of this epidemic. We haven't had any outbreaks at all. And so even the people that we bring into the state or into the island, they're all put into hotel quarantine straight away with the army looking after them. So, they can't get out. And we make sure that they're totally clear before they come out, and about. So, but we look at stuff on the mainland, and this is also hard because we sort of become going a bit insane because we can't actually leave the state. So we can't fly to other states because they've all got huge epidemic proportions at the moment. Up to 60 odd people all of a sudden. They just have one blowout because they start getting a lot of people in from other countries and not really looking after the hotel quarantine because there's so many people to look after, And so, we are lucky in that respect. So pretty much for the last 12 months, we've been free. I've had my jabs, literal jabs. And that blew me out for a while too. You too, Daniel?
Yeah, I've had my.
Yeah.
There you go. You'll be ready for that then. Basically, you're probably one of the few places on this planet which would survive that based on the fact that you can just pull up your drawbridge. We're an island and there's no chance we can survive it.
Yeah, we're screwed here in UK. Anyone that wants to research, there is a famous university that has actually kept track of countries' infection rates, blah, blah, blah. It's called Johns Hopkins. It's Johns as in plural, Hopkins as in plural, and you just type that into Google, Johns Hopkins COVID map. And you can actually go down to countries and you can see everything.
That is superb. That is
and
really good.
United Kingdom at the moment, let's just say we will need that as an instruction manual very, very soon.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know.
But in terms of the whole thing of bullying and people just being mean, I can't say I have the ultimate answer to it, but usually, and I do not advocate violence or anything, but a bully that comes after you have one unique trait that belongs to them, and that is they will project onto you what they themselves fear
insecurity.
the most.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if they're afraid of being humiliated, they will try to project that to you.
That's actually what I've found, because I'm like, well, if you've got such an issue with me, put me in the stream and we'll have a chat. But they won't, It's like it got to the point where I was like, yeah, and I'm like, well, obviously this is a one-sided thing, and that you're too scared to have me in your stream, because look, I will say what I think, and sometimes that gets me into trouble, and sometimes it doesn't, But the thing is, though, I'm Australian. You got to remember, I'm from a country that's like, we've become more woke, unfortunately, where we have to be careful what we say and everything, and be very careful.
We're from Scotland. We've got a hate crime bill. We can't even watch what we say. Anybody, see if you say something, even if the person who you say it about isn't there and hears it, somebody else can take offence on their behalf and get you charged.
It's actually worse than that. Sorry, PJ.
Crazy.
In your own home, and I'm assuming of your accent that you actually are north of the so-called border, where certain people suggest there should be a Trump wall, but
I don't have an accent.
No, you have a very, very lovely invocation of what? Fuck it.
This is it. Pretty soon, we're just going to have to sit and just stare at each other and not say anything.
That's it.
But the thing is, if PJ is within the Scottish borders, things he says within his home, if it can be interpreted as bad, he can be charged, regardless of who hears it.
No, that's what I was saying. So if I said something to my wife about Daniel, right? Say, for instance, I said something to my wife and Daniel, and she mentioned it outside, somebody else could take offence to that's what we were talking about. It's basically, so the person who hears it or who it's said about might not hear it. It's somebody else could take offence. That's why they're saying things like the teachers will now be asking kids, so what did your mum and dad talk about last night? Because if the kid says, oh, well, they were saying how the Prime Minister or the First Minister was doing this and doing that, oh, I take offence to that. I think I'll have the police down at their door.
But we're like, see, that there's also a issue of confidentiality, right? Because, like, see, when because like, I don't know if you guys were the same, but like I tend to keep my hobbies and interest outside that education, and when I was in education, I was there to get my qualifications. I never used to speak about my hobbies or conversations with people inside education. I was all business when it came to get my
yes, but you remember nowadays teachers, you can imagine, will be inquiring what kids have been talking about with their family just because of the way they're indoctrinating them, basically.
Yeah.
For those of you not in UK, and I know this is going to sound extremely weird, but if I post something, luckily not on YouTube, but if I post something on Facebook or Twitter that someone disagrees with, they can file in United Kingdom a legal complaint against me. And if I ever want to go for a security clearance job, even being a nanny, like caring for toddlers, that will be on my register, but I will never be notified that that complaint has been made. So I may go for a job tomorrow and saying, I'm going to decide I'm going to take care of like 3 to 5 year olds. I have a clear criminal record to my knowledge, but someone made a complaint about something I said on Facebook. That will be registered. I will be flagged. I will not be able to get that job.
Nanny state. They effectively want to control what you say, and if they control what you say, then they'll go to what you think next.
Well, they weaponize their own population against each other.
Yeah, and but well, basically, you see, and see the whole girl was becoming an innocent. How will it be before the statues are chopped out?
That won't be long.
And stuff like that. Saying that, and it'll start to mirror, what happened in Venezuela. Because there's parallels here. Do you not see a part? So look at
that's what they basically want. Every country wants to be socialist. They want the government to control everything, and the people who are pushing it are at the point where they're stupid, because as soon as the government get control, they'll not need them anymore. No, they're troublemakers, and guess who'll be the first to go?
Us.
Yeah, no, the ones that actually encouraged everything to be socialist, because they're the ones that they would see as the troublemakers that they need to get rid of in case they actually decide to go against them.
Yeah, but see, because is there plan to of that certain graphic? It won't be long before our channels get taken down and also use the hate speech. So that's the way it's one PJ, unfortunately.
Well, that is true, but the problem is, see, if you actually shut up and not just talk about your fandoms and just how you feel about your fandoms, then ineffective one. So I'm going to still say about the programs I like, the programs I don't like. Nobody's going to convince me that certain programs, that if I've watched them, if I've not watched them, then they can convince me that they might be good. But if I've watched it and I don't like it, nobody's going to convince me that I was wrong for not liking it. Don't matter what.
Exactly.
Yeah, and to be fair, the PJ, and I recommend just something, and you say that it's not for me. I don't shit on the issue. I just go, all right, I'll just talk about something we agree on, but it's the people, it's the people that keep hammering and say you have to like us, or like you're going to cancel you or kill. I
know what program you're talking about, and it's not because I won't watch it. It is because I've got 1 or 2 DVDs still to watch, just a couple of hundreds. But it's the fact is, I like classic stuff, and I'm more interested in that. Yeah, but it's because I've watched those type of programs, and yes, they might be great, but it's something I just went, didn't care enough to watch it again. It's not a case of I don't think, I'm saying it's not for me just for the simple fact is I don't think it will not be good. There's no denying that, because you enjoy it. I've watched reviews of it, how many people said they're good. It might be good, but it's just because of that genre and the time frame. It's not the type I get interested in. It's like me maybe saying to you, watch the first couple of seasons of Expanse.
Oh my god! Oh my god! I couldn't. I'm sorry, but the first series of the Expanse was such a slog, and I barely finished it. I'm like, oh my god!
But that's what I'm saying. So you imagine there's another sci-fi.
Yeah.
Like, say for instance, Firefly was like that. Like, say for instance, Firefly was a very similar type of program. If I said to you, you should watch Firefly because of this, and you would say, well, I watched The Expanse, so it's no my type of thing. So it's not a case of you don't think you'll enjoy it. It's just a case of you've watched similar things and it's just not something you stuck with, which I could understand because there's no issues with that. Like me, there's certain programs I love it. People go, what? Sorry, I like them and I'm not going to change my mind. Like people saying, I say my favourite program of all time is White Christmas.
Yeah.
I'm musical. Why? Because I grew up with it, watched it with my mum.
But see, to be honest, it's what I think the Expanse is trying too hard to be its biggest for me. And second, it didn't really know what it wanted to be in my opinion, because 1 minute it's like, oh, it's a sci-fi show, and the next minute it's this sort of and it's can you not just pick a genre?
No, I think that was all world building. They were trying to actually set the thing with the politics, the three different types of politics and the three locations, Earth, Mars, and the Belt. So they were trying to build it. The first season, I think, it's probably like most things. First season's one, you struggle to go through, but I only got to halfway through season 4 and I thought, I ain't watching the rest of this, it's rubbish. It turned rubbish, but initially I thought it was quite good because at least it was trying something different. It was progressive properly because it didn't hit you in the head.
I will give this. What hooked me on Expanse, or The Expanse, was that they were trying to add space as an enemy, as something dangerous to you. Yeah. Whereas if you take Star Trek, space is not dangerous. We'll go 50 billion light years this way, not a problem.
Yeah.
Whereas for them,
and if there's a hole in the ship, the force field sorts it. There you go, sorted, no problem.
Well, not in the Wrath of Khan. In the Wrath of Khan actually felt like you were in a war submarine. And like,
that was very, especially in the Nebula. That was just superb because it actually set. But the thing is, up until that point, you still had if anything happened to the ship, there was the force fields. But the Nebula interrupted their sensors, their shields, and stuff like that. So it basically laid it out for you. If something damaged it, then you've not got the shields to actually patch it. So that's what it was. And I think that Expanse section of it was really submarine warfare.
And to be honest with you as well, I mean, all communities have the same opinion as you, but like, see, to be honest with you, I'll put all like, to me, you are my two Jerry for the ends of for the platform, and I personally think the Expanse is a steaming pile of shite, to be quite honest.
You know what? Now that you said that, Daniel, I'll probably never ever watch it now. I wanted to watch it, but then, like, when they said, "Oh, what are you going to get into now that there's nothing on?" and I'm like, "Oh, I might watch The Expanse," and they're like, "No, don't."
I'm gonna jump up here,
and then I'm going to jump in afterwards.
Yes, you will be welcome. But as old school, loving the whole diplomacy play of, say, Star Trek. The space isn't so much the issue. The Expanse is bringing space, the travel between planets. This isn't something you do lightly. This you have a fight in space. This isn't something you do lightly. That is a good core concept of what The Expanse was trying to bring in. Now, I will say this. The Expanse, the TV show, is actually built on a series of books, and I didn't realize this, but I bought a lawyer Bible legal system, this huge size book called Leviathan years ago, and it's apparently that which is it based off of. But in the book, the focus is more on the interpersonal stuff. Over to you, PJ.
Yeah. What I was going to say is The Expanse is more physically possible sci-fi. So it basically, they try to keep it as real as possible. So like damage to the ship, everybody's wearing spacesuits if they're in a battle, just in case, because if something goes through the ship, it's not going to shield up and stuff like that. It could actually go right through the ship, right through you, whatever, do the damage. So they're trying to be more real world science.
A bit like it's a bit like 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Yes, they're trying to be more real world science, but also the fact is, people would say it's woke, but it's not. Initially, it's not, because there's people from different sexualities, different races.
Yeah.
They're all there, but they don't say, "Oh, by the way, I'm gay." Haha. They don't. They go on, and there's
sorry to interrupt you, PJ.
No, I'm talking about. But I'm talking about the early stuff.
Yeah, but Belta Loda is the perfect concept of that, because they are belters. They can't survive on Earth. They can't survive on Mars because they don't have the bone structure.
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's where the science part of it, where they had the belter hanging up in the earth, and they were basically, he couldn't stand, and they had to hang him up while they were torturing him. But it's the fact is, they didn't turn around. So when people are introduced to each other, they're introduced to you in the series, it was a case of, this is the president, this is her husband, or this is the doctor, this is her wife. It was a case of, hi, I'm gay, I'm the doctor. It's not. It's a case of, these are the characters, and just so happened to be Pakistani or Indian or gay or African. It made zero difference, because these are the characters, and that's how it starts. So as a character study and a good sci-fi, they brought it all to well, so that it's actually an okay story, but it's the first season's set out. After that, it gets a bit better. But see, by season 4, I think somebody's changed it and thought, no, we need to actually tick these boxes. So that's when I went, nope, I'm out. I don't care. I'm not want to see the final. I don't want to see the final season 4. But the first 3 seasons are really good. I really like the first 3 seasons.
I will give this, when it comes to no one cares about race or anything. Wishy, Madam General of Planet Earth.
Aye, something like that.
Well, holy crap! She will rip you 3 new buttholes in a second. She is brilliant, and she's actually portrayed by an actress that can make it sound like this will happen.
She is she's spot on for that part, and it is a case of. She's talked to her husband, but she's a loving wife as well. But guess what? Just because she is politically evil, she doesn't make her evil. She's a loving wife. She's a loving mother. She's a hard-fighting politician, but she's got her own wee secrets that she's doing in the background, which technically might make her evil, but it's not evil as in twirling moustaches. It's not one-dimensional characters. She's got so many dimensions to her. She's just superb. She's fantastic. But it's the same again. I think the first 3 seasons I liked. 4th season, started watching it, then it was almost like, yep, tick that box, and I thought, I'm out.
And to be honest, if you because I didn't really connect with the characters or anything, and to be honest with you, I don't think I'm gonna, I don't think I'm gonna bother to sit or do that. I will get to until I get to I will get to season because to me it's to me the only reason why I stuck I think is because I'm good friends with them. Orkney, and I wanted to make the effort. That's the only reason why I continued to watch it, because I didn't enjoy it.
Well, see, the thing is, the way I look at it is, see, I watched the first 3 episodes of most things. If it doesn't catch me by 3 episodes, no for me. One of my friends has recommended I watch something to the 5th episode, and it hooked me, and I think it's the best thing after that. However, if you want to watch something 3 seasons, just watch that.
Now you're cheating.
Damn it.
But I will give this because I'm such an old soul. If you want me to judge something on empowered women that are in the forefront, I probably don't even have to say the name. I think everyone knows it. But if I say Ivanova and Delenn, most people would know exactly what that means.
Can I just say something? Wendology's got to go. So thanks for being here, Wen.
Oh, thank you. Thanks for thanks, to PJ for having us. And
you're always welcome. And sorry, I'm too busy chatting. I don't even notice the private chat.
Wow. You have a good day, Wen.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure chatting with all of you. It's been a real pleasure. So we look forward to future streams.
Yeah, definitely, guys. Actually, take care. You. And I'll catch you next week. You're always welcome.
All right.
Good night from him as well. Thanks a lot, chaps.
Yeah.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Thanks a lot.
And Daniel, you said 12 o'clock to me, but before you do it, Garibaldi and Londo.
Oh,
that
you see, this is what kills me about Babylon 5. I cannot choose my favorite character.
I can. Zathras.
Sorry, now you're cheating. Now you're cheating. Nobody cares about Zathras. Zathras don't care. Zathras do work. Zathras will make it. But beyond that, of main characters, can you actually say there is someone that you went, this is where they put the focus on? Because Londo, Jakar, Sheridan, Delenn, Ivanova.
He's even got the same haircut as I had. See, when I took my motorbike...
sorry to say, and going back to the whole being friends but being cheeky, I think Londo has more hair.
No, I used to take my motorcycle helmet off, and that's how my hair looked.
But I love that about him. There we go.
I got a backpack.
What was that? It's a backpack, or is it?
Yeah, it's a backpack. Someone actually gave it to me because they were going to throw it out. They said, "Oh, I got this." Someone gave me this backpack, and it's I don't know what it's about or whatever. But do you want it? No, because I'm going to throw it out. And I'm like, yeah, I'll take it.
See,
I'd travel from UK to go down to Tasmania just to rip it off their hands.
Hey, I don't have a Babylon 5 one, but
is that a passenger bag?
Yes, it is.
It's a man bag. We call them man bags here.
I call it my laptop bag.
And did you get that? Did you get that comic?
No. It was either eBay or it was one of the shops. But I've got the ones from Comic-Con. I've got the Stargate one. I've got about 3. I've got the NCIS one. No, I wish. That was a Comic Con I always wanted. I was a Comic Con I always wanted to go to see. But
I went there once, and you need about 4 or 5 days just to. It's a theme park. It's massive.
Yeah. I've always wanted to go, but it's not something I'd ever be able to do.
You know what happened? The first day I ever went, because I'd never been before, and it was the only time I ever went. 2008 it was, and I was so like engrossed in it, and then I went home and went to the hotel that I was staying. I was sharing with another artist friend, and he said, he's showing me these t-shirts and that, and I'm going, where did you get these? And he's like, oh, it was down this end, and I'm like, there's another end.
Nice.
And I'm like, I was only up one end. I didn't realize that there was 2 ends. And I'm like, holy crap. So the next day I went down the other end and I was getting all this free stuff. And I'm like, wow, it's so huge. And it's like, you can't keep up. It takes about 45 minutes to walk from one end to the other. It's massive.
I've only been to the 2 in Glasgow, and I've been to 1 in Edinburgh.
Okay. Right. Unfortunately. I'm going to follow lead from Wendy. I probably need to leave. It's getting a bit late for me.
Yes, it's after 12. Yes, Sadaku.
Thank you very much for coming on. It's only 9 a.m. here for me, so I can
Thanks for having me on. It's been a lot of fun.
You're more than welcome, and we'll see you
Wednesday.
Yeah. Season 10. Red Dwarf. Yes.
Just remember to send me the link.
Oh, cool. All right. Take care, guys.
Yep, no problem. And I'll put the link to the Auton Factory in this once we're finished.
Oh, shit, that'd be great. That's
no problem. Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
For the UK people, I will give this one thing, and obviously because of the Kung Flu that should not be named of the origin of the, well, the laboratory where it ever happened.
China.
One of the best places I've gone to when it comes to Comic-Con, that kind of level, is something called the Sci-Fi Weekender. It's the largest event in Europe. It had, just before the lockdown, celebrated its 10th year running. And unfortunately, we won't see it again until 2022.
What one is that?
It's called Sci-Fi Weekender.
Wales?
It was Wales.
Yeah, I had the invitation to that. So that I won a weekend pass.
I will tell you, I have had simultaneously been hugged by Sam Jones and Brian Blessed.
Superb. I had won a weekend pass to that last year.
I was a 10-year veteran, which was ruined, unfortunately, by the lockdown. But they managed, and I do not know how, because they're basically an Ibiza party crowd. That's what they usually organize. But for some reason, they got hold of this. They were told no one's interested. They organized it. They do run Thursday night to Sunday morning. Complete caravan park, tens of thousands of people, and a lot of celebrities. And I've met people from all over the sci-fi place. There's usually tons of like Doctor Who, writers doing their own stuff, but weird celebrities usually pop in, like Icheb from Voyager. He did not understand. Yeah,
he's not very popular at the moment.
The young one, not the new one. That wasn't him. The young one.
For like 5 seconds.
Yes, for 5 seconds. But the young one that was actually on for like 3 seasons. Him.
I thought it was the same actor. It actually played that part because it is him now as an adult.
No, it's not him.
I thought
they
was.
did it. They did it out of spite. Actually, they did it
because
spite.
I know he'd wanted to revise Icheb in it, and I thought that's what they had. They didn't brought him in just to do that to his character. I thought they'd actually got the actual actor. Sorry, I was misunderstood in that one. So
no, they got some absolutely no-name extra.
He got into a lot of trouble. For the original actor, got into a lot of trouble for saying something he shouldn't have. I don't actually know. Maybe Jim knows, but apparently the actor actually got pretty much cancelled because of something that he'd said, and then within a year they killed his character off in that thing, and like the guy literally couldn't get any work because of this cancellation that he received. So
I can't tell anything about that story because I'm not familiar with that part, but I met the guy in person, and well,
it's on Midnight Edge.
We introduced him to proper British pub culture. And it was his first time ever being introduced to something like it.
Well,
so I do not know.
Get introduced to the Scottish pub culture. You want to hear a story about someone from England being introduced to the Scottish pub?
Three of my best mates are Scottish, and they were sitting with him in the cubicle.
Yeah.
So he probably got both cultures smacked at him at the same time.
Well, the best story I ever heard about somebody being introduced to the Scottish pub culture was my dad. My dad was actually in the army. It was Royal Corps of Transport. Basically, it was still part of national service. And one of his friends had come up with him. So my dad, his friend from England, and my grandfather were all in the pub. And his friend is going, "Come on, Jock, we need to leave." So my dad and my granddad turns around and says, "Hey, what's wrong?" He says, "There's going to be fights." So my dad went, "Where?" He says, "Over there, and over there." And my dad looked and says, "They're just friends talking to each other." And it was, "Hey, you bastard, you want a drink? I'm going to get you, and that. And no, that's just friendly banter.
Yeah.
And this guy in the army built like that, and was scared stiff because he thought there was going to be 3 big fights. It was only 3 guys actually getting around in. And that's Scottish pub culture. Basically, people actually think you're shouting and bawling at them.
First time I got introduced to Scottish pub culture, whatever you want to call it, was Hogmanay.
Oh, that's different.
And it was with a Scottish Navy brigadier general, blah, blah, blah. Let's just say 5 bottles of whiskey, properly spelled whiskey, disappeared. And I have no recollection of the night. All I know is that his granddaughter was trying to wake me up in the morning.
I've been that drunk. I literally lost a weekend. That was a long time ago. I remember, and my friends told me they were actually put me in a taxi, and the taxi wouldn't take it, so they kept putting £10 in his pocket until he said yes. And it took me 20 minutes to get my key out to open the door, and eventually my flatmate actually opened the door, and he says I fell in. And he says he heard me at 3 o'clock in the morning going to the loo, and that was the last they heard of me. In the morning they couldn't find me, and until we went in the bathroom, I was lying sleeping in the bath, bollock naked. Basically, I still haven't recollections of that whole weekend. This is just stories I hear after the fact. That was a long time ago. I stopped doing that.
This is why I think the Scottish peoples are bastards, because they will tell what happened to you.
They'll tell you everything, yes. That's when I used to drink quadruples. None of this doubles or treble, quadruples. 2 doubles.
Yep.
Nope. It's the type of drink when you actually drink it and your eyeballs glaze and go red and take you out before they actually clear again. But that was a long time ago. I don't do that now. I'm a good boy.
I'm not a good boy, but I have definitely learned my lesson, if we put it that way.
PJ, somehow I don't believe that, mate, to be honest.
Good boy.
Honest. Right, I believe you. I believe you, thousands would.
I do apologise. I only know 3 Scottish people. You're the fourth one. Based on the 3 first one, I don't believe you.
Funnily, I don't understand that. Don't understand that at all.
I was a big fan of Taggart.
See, if you want to see some good, funny Scottish humour, watch Scotch and Rye. Watch Scotch and Rye. Good, funny Scottish humour.
Scotch and Rye,
brilliant. It's a Ricky Fulton, basically old. Used to be on every Hogmanay, every New Year. That was Scotch and Rye, and it's basically it's on YouTube. Just type in Scotch and Rye. It's Ricky Fulton. He does his policeman. Gets off his bike and he gets his hat and basically he's got his helmet on and his goggles and does that and doing the fly behind him. Okay, Stirling, out the car. And then it's a bit the guy played Taggart was on it and he played, what's your name? He says Taggart. He says, what's your first name? He says Chief Inspector. And that's a tip of humor. Basically it's Scotch and Rye. Look for it. It's hilariously funny. It's basically old Scottish humour, and
I used to watch that show, and my mum goes, "Oh, I have trouble understanding them," and I'm like, "Do you want me to translate for you? Because I had no problems."
You want to hear another one? Rab C. Nesbitt. When it was broadcast in England, they subtitled it.
Yep.
Do you know what? Okay. I'm not 100% British, but sometimes I do need a Lafroig and a Talisker and an Oban until I can understand what you guys are saying.
See, we've actually. I don't understand that because we don't have accents. It's everybody else that has them.
I saw an American show once, and I was watching it, and they put subtitles on the Australian people talking.
Oh yeah,
and I was like, no, and I'm like, are you serious? And I'm like, the Americans are there talking away to these Australians, and the Australians are talking, and they've got subtitles over the Australians.
Oh Jesus!
And not the Americans.
Do you know the best Australian one that I saw? I know it's technically not, but don't worry. Is when they actually redubbed the Crocodile Dundee movie. Did you see that?
No.
Basically, do it. They were told to dub it because there was too many swear words.
Actually, on that one, there is a certain YouTube channel I'm following. The guy is a scientist. He knows certain stuff and everything. But one of the greatest videos that I ever saw from this guy is him explaining different English-speaking countries, and their use of certain words. And his claim to fame, and this is where you, Matt, is going to have to correct me. The claim to fame in the video is the word "see you next Tuesday." Obviously, PJ, I'm protecting you here from your YouTube.
Oh, I understand that. I cannot.
Yeah.
Yep. Apparently, that's a greeting word in Australia. It's a friendly, yo, buddy.
Do you want to hear something funny? That is actually a promotion for one of the states here in Australia. We have a place called the Northern Territory here, which is in the middle of Australia, and it says "see you," and then in little words in the middle it says "in the," and then "nt" at the end. So it's "see you in the nt," and then but you just get this when you look at it, you just see the "CUNT" actually emblazoned on the thing, and that's a promotion to tourism. You know, it's crazy.
Well, the back it's. See, I've heard some stories similar idea, but the Crocodile Dundee, right? Just give you the example of one bit. What they did was the guys who were dubbing it took the mickey. They never used the same swear words twice. So instead of bastard, they would use blimey. Right, so there's a bit where Crocodile Dundee, Mick is basically shouting to him, Walter shouting up, and Mick shoots him and says, "Shoot the dopey bugger!" Right? Well, the guy turns around and says, "What a bastard!" But what they did was they dubbed it was, "What a blighter." They would use as ridiculous swear words as they could find, and if you watch it, and they've got it so. Instead of swear, and they never have the same one, so it's blighter or it's just so stupid. And they actually had the thing, and it says because the Americans wanted it dubbed because they didn't like the swear words. So the guys just put the Mickey out of it.
Mad Max was actually dubbed in America too.
Oh God!
Oh my God!
I'm sure the original Mad Max was dubbed in and because it was, I think it was called something else. Because the second one, Mad Max 2, was called the Road Warrior. Yeah, and but like it was Mad Max subtitled the Road Warrior here. But like Americans love Mad Max more than we do, which is really weird.
Not really, because you look at a lot of movies, Scottish movies, they're more famous overseas. Oh, what was the one I was talking about yesterday? It's the one that's about it's based on the songs from the Proclaimers. Sunshine in Leith.
Yeah.
I would walk 500 miles.
Yes, well, basically, it's the Proclaimers are only in it for a split second. It's about guys coming out of the army, and it's called Sunshine in Leith, and it's just the music over a lot of it, and they do some singing in it and singing and dancing, and it's all Proclaimer song. It's one of those ones. It's just you could watch it and just actually sit back and go, "That was actually."
Are they Scottish?
The Proclaimers.
Sorry, but are the Proclaimers Scottish?
They're from Edinburgh.
Yeah, well, they when they came over here in Australia, someone decided to pull a joke because you know how they only have like 2 famous songs, and so anyway, they came on a chat show and they started singing their song, you know, if I could walk 1,000 miles, and as soon as they started singing, they dropped a piano on them, and they got so many people that rang up and abused them for saying you've got the Proclaimers on and you just dropped a piano on them, and it's like, how rude, you know? Are they okay?
But the thing is, as well, the Proclaimers. The thing is, they actually are quite happy to take the mickey out of themselves because they've had people actually slag them in front of them but the thing is, a lot of that's scripted, so it's not as if it's unusual, because even the Sunshine in Leith, the two of them come out the pub and they just cross the road and something's happening, they just look as if to say, really, Proclaimer songs? And just continue on. It's almost the thing, so they're in it and they know fine well it's seen as a bit of a joke in certain places.
Daniel, are all people that wear glasses, do they look like Proclaimers?
Stereotype.
There you go.
I don't know, do we?
I know, all Scotsmen that wear them, they look like Proclaimers.
I tell the kids to use me Edinburgh as the east coast of Scotland. I'm in the west.
So am I. Edinburgh, we class Edinburgh like old Berlin, where it was actually surrounded by Russia, the Russian thing, so the West Berlin. So you went into Berlin, and it was a big track to it, and then the whole city was circled because it was in the Russian zone. We class that the same as England. So there's the English border, there's a line all the way up to Edinburgh, and it's circled by the Scottish zone. There's more English.
It's kind of weird because, like, even though, like, you know, we are close to New Zealand and that, you know, but they're their own country, you know.
Yeah.
So it's really weird when, you know, people like, I was in the States. When I was in the States, they used to say, "Oh, you're from New Zealand," you know, and I'd be going, "No." And one day I went to a restaurant and bought buffalo wings, and I had to look on their menu and that, and they've got a lot of food in America. I don't know if you've ever been to America.
Yes, a couple of times. A couple of times.
Yeah, I've been a couple of times too, and like, asking for something on the menu is a trial for an Australian, because I had a friend of mine and I said, "Oh, look," and she was American, and I said, "Can can you stay with me? And she said, why? And I said, I just want you to stay with me while I make my order. And so anyway, she said, oh, okay. And she stood behind me while I made my order. And I said, oh, look, I'd like some, buffalo wings, the real spicy ones and that. And I walked away, and the lady turned to my friend and said, what's wrong with him? And she said, my friend turned around and said, oh, he's Australian.
That justifies it.
Yeah, and I said, I told you so. See, you need a translator. You literally need a translator to tell them, because they just don't understand anything else.
I used to stay up north, in north of Scotland.
Inverness.
Inverness area. It's just north of Inverness. Yeah. But I used to work on the Black Isle. It's basically just north of Inverness, going on basically the road up north. Yeah. I used to work there in a restaurant. There was villages 10 miles apart, and they couldn't understand each other because their accents were so broad. Every one of them could understand me, and I could understand every one of them, because to me, it was all the same accent. Basically, but because they were so close to each other, they saw their accents so different. And it's basically they couldn't talk to each other.
I can testify to that. I will say I would have loved to visited Inverness, but I've gone to Glasgow, I've been to Edinburgh. And holy crap. It's literally the same longitude on the map. It's a 30 minutes on a train between the places. You can't understand the two of them.
We can.
It's because it's a different.
I'm sorry, PJ, but I think you're lying if you say you can understand Glaswegian, because that is some very heavy.
I'm Glaswegian. I'm born and bred in Glasgow.
But to an outside of the gym, I do get the point, though, because it's like two different aisles. It's because like in Edinburgh, they say for the easies, for the easies, for the here that you won't actually say vice versa. It's an east.
Do you can?
Yeah,
they do.
Yeah, they do. They can. They're caffing. Yeah. They're caffing with a lunar recline. That's basically they're pregnant with a boy or a girl. They're caffing.
Yeah.
I will give this to you, PJ. Glasgow is way more prettier than Edinburgh is. Because Edinburgh is literally split down the middle. You have gorgeous architecture, ancient history, everything. And on the left side is like just modern crap building, including, and I may be wrong, but I think Stormont or whatever it's called is there. That's the ugliest building I have ever seen.
Yeah, because there's big bamboo posts sticking out that. And have you ever been to the Parliament, PJ? It's hideous.
It's hideous. Basically, the Scottish Parliament, which took 10 times the amount they said it was going to cost, 40 million, but it ended up over 400 million. It was designed by a non-Scotsman. For the Scottish Parliament, they decided to go elsewhere because Scottish people couldn't design it the way they wanted. And when they were bringing in the no smoking zone, they decided, we're exempt, we're allowed to smoke indoors. So we had to build smoking zones in the Parliament.
Like, the Sydney Opera House. That's a famous thing. Even though I hate Sydney, I can't stand Sydney. Try to avoid it. But it's the Sydney Opera House was designed by not an Australian, and so and like all the things that are very famous are not designed by Australians. They're designed by people in Poland and all these other weird places.
See if they were designing a building, I could understand they may want to go certain places, but if they're designing something that's meant to represent Scotland, why would you go to outside Scotland to get somebody to design something that represents Scotland? That'd be like going saying, right, we're going to build the New Zealand Parliament or the Parliament in.
Oh, they did that too with the Australian one. You know,
yeah,
they actually got an outsider
to
design it.
That's, to me, is crazy, because you should have if it's a German Parliament, you should have a German building it, because it's to represent the country. So you don't represent the country by going, we'll go over there and get somebody, because, sorry, that's... I don't know. I
totally 100% agree. It's the same with Tasmania. I mean, even though, you know, we are a part of Australia, we're really not. We're treated a little bit differently, as far as I suppose it'd be similar to like Scotland and
the Shetland Islands,
and
yeah, it would be like Scotland and the Shetland Islands. Shetland Islands are part of Scotland, but because there are the wee islands off the side, they're treated slightly.
Shetland is more like give us the fish and shut up.
So, you know, when we come up with all these great ideas and everything, they go out overseas and everything to get these people in to do all the architecture and everything.
And you're sitting there thinking,
it's crazy.
Yeah, no,
it's the same with everywhere else though, because I have a my brother-in-law, he's a engineer, and you know, Hong Kong, whatever, you know, they've ended up getting him to fly over there and live over there for a while too. And my sister had to go over and live over there with him, so that, you know, they could do all the engineering and everything. They've got, you know, it's crazy why you would do something like outsourcing like that, you know. And it's probably going to end. It's not cheaper by any means.
Yeah,
it's because you're getting all the labor and you're getting all the materials and everything from your country, you know. So why not get someone that designs something like that, you know, from the same country?
And it's not as if there's no design companies and designers from every country in the world. It's not as if suddenly it's a case of, oh well, that people in that country don't know how to design anything, so there's no design firms in that company. It's crazy.
But the thing is, though, I mean, I'd actually murder someone. So if you want to hit me, you know, let me know. But I would love to live in America, right? I would. Probably not
sorry, Matt, you're a little bit too far away for me to just go.
No, that's all right. No, I'll be doing the murdering. Don't worry. But
depends
anyway,
where in America.
Yeah, but like. You know, there were certain areas in that I would have killed to go to America and that, but they have a stipulation where you have to do a job that an American is unable to do, you know, is unable to do. So if you're a graphic designer or something like that, there has to be a particular thing in as doing design that, you know, you have to be really good at that the Americans can't do.
And I only have to ounce.
No problem, Daniel. Thank you for coming on, and I'll see you next week. I'll actually be seeing you on Thursday in the Cockneys channel, talking about we hope Zulu Dawn eventually. 3 weeks will be that.
Yeah, they only mentioned it for 10.
We were on a 3-hour stream and they mentioned it 3 times.
Yeah.
So he says he's going to definitely finish it this week. So I'll see you on Thursday. I'll be watching you on Tuesday. Are you still on Tuesday, not Wednesday?
Yeah, on Tuesday. We're going to be doing the second episode series 2 in a duty, and I think after that we'll do episode 3 and then have a 2-week break. I'm back and then the other 2 episodes and have another short break and then come back and do series and 3.
That's the way to do it. Just have a break if you need it, because I'm going to finish my Red Dwarf and then I'm going to do the 4 for the Wednesday stream. So I've got season 10, 11, 12 and 13, so that's 4 weeks. Then me and Sadako are probably going to do the 4 Red Dwarf books. So that'll do another 4 weeks. And then after that, I want to do Blake 7.
I'll try to tune in if I can. Usually my Monday to Fridays are stupid. I'm supposed to be a 36 and a half hour, if we're going to be very accurate. I cannot recall the last time I've been working less than 70 hours a week.
I'm on call all the time. It's just I basically just have everything automated.
Guys, just quickly before I go, PJ, could you, if you don't mind, could you put my channel in the description and stuff?
Once I finish this, I'll put Sadaku's one and your own. I like to yours in the descriptions. I'll do that tonight once I've finished. Don't you worry about that, Daniel. And I'll see you Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll see you Tuesday, and then we'll chat and talk me stream. But thanks for having me on, PJ. Jim,
pleasure every time.
Jim, thanks for being good with company, but I'm going to have to bounce and enjoy the rest of the stream, guys.
It's been Daniel. A pleasure as always. See you next time.
Yeah.
Always great to see you, Daniel.
Yeah, see you soon.
Right.
See you, mate.
Oh, right. Now
and then there were 3.
So what's your next movies are going to watch? Is anybody looking at anything in particular?
I'm going to interrupt you, PJ, because last time you and I had the same T-shirt on.
Yes,
but I'm sure you do not have this T-shirt on. Can you see what it reads?
I make beer disappear. What's your superpower? Nah, mine says
keep calm and exterminate.
Yes. It's just I've got I decided not to wear my sarcastic comment loading. Please wait, because you had that on last week, and I thought if I put it on, people will think we're just swapped.
You see, I wore that T-shirt to my job when you could go into the office, and the only one that understood it was a former British SAS officer.
I can believe it, because I wear that.
The rest of them didn't get it.
I've got 3 T-shirts I wear. One I was told to stop wearing, but I don't understand why. First one is the basic sarcasm, lows, and please wait. The other one is no, I will not fix your computer today. And the other one says, "Fit Google, ask me." And for some reason, they told me I shouldn't wear that into the office. I don't know why. It was the CEO that bought me
it. You see, I have a T-shirt that I bought just before the lockdown happened, and it reads, "What doesn't kill you disappoints me." And I'm very certain I can never wear that in an official corporate environment ever.
I've got one that basically is a motorcycle one, and it's just got the initials Fast Track UK Road Racer. Fucker.
Yep, I got that because yes. I'm a huge collector of funny T-shirts. I kid you not. I have probably 110 of them.
I've got about 60 all different T-shirts. A lot of them are all sci-fi, Star Trek, Star Wars, Marvel. I've got a lot like that, but I have got a good few are sarcastic ones as well. But a lot of them are actually put aside because my wife doesn't even like me wearing them.
You see, my favorite T-shirt is unfortunately, because I'm not acclimatized to these southern levels. So unfortunately, it's got you know what happens to an old T-shirt, but the text on it is brilliant. It says, "Good morning. I see the assassins have failed.
See, I one of my favourites is basically my saying. I got one. The guy is actually designing T-shirts, and it says, "I'm not old, I'm retro." I thought, no, could you please change that for me? He says, well, I would need to check how. I says, well, mine says, I'm not old, I'm classic. So he says, I'll do that. And he posted it to me 3 days after I asked him about it. It just basically says, there you go. I've got a new design. So here's a T-shirt. So I've got a T-shirt. Yeah. I'm not old, I'm classic. I thought, excellent, because it's just a retro. He says basically because people didn't know what retro meant.
I was in McDonald's once, and this guy said, "I take you up on your offer," and I said, "I beg your pardon." And I didn't realize that I had my T-shirt on saying, I take trial by combat."
Oh, that's superb.
And I'm like, what? I thought you trying to pick me up or some shit.
I was in where was it? Czech Republic. I was in Prague, and me and my wife were going up to the castle to actually have a look. And everybody's getting searched. You know, they had the big panels, and so people are going through, and even my wife goes up, she opens her bag and they search through it, and I go up and I've got a big jacket on. The guy goes, "On you go." And I says, "You sure?" He says, you go." And I says, "Hey, what's up?" He says, "Anybody wearing that T-shirt's going to be fine." It was a Firefly T-shirt. And no, it was a Judge Dredd T-shirt. He says, "Anybody wearing that T-shirt will be fine," and passed me through. And I thought, yeah, it's superb because I was wearing Judge Dredd. He just passed me through.
I had to go through I had to go to an underground, like it was an underground bar or whatever, and you know how you have the bouncers at the front. And anyway, I went to go in, and they said, "No, you can't go in." And I said, "Why not?" And they said, "Because you can't." And I said, "Well, I can get a discount too." And they said, "No, you can't get a discount." I said, "Well," I said, "Yes, I can. I'm going to." I said, "It's all on the it's all on your Facebook page and everything." And they're like, No, you can't." And I said, "Yes, I can. And I bet you my name's on the list too." And they said, "Well, don't care." And I said, "No, my name's on the list." And they said, "Well, what is it?" I said, "It's Matt Pott." And they go, Oh, anybody with the last name Pott's all right with me." Let me in.
I just love that when that happens.
My friend was with me at the time, and he's like, "What the fuck?"
Superb, right? Here we're going to get some T-shirts here. Hold on.
I'm going to give you a quick lowdown so you remember this one.
I'm trying to actually make this one the primary. So there you go. Sarcasm, that's the one I've got. Sarcasm is loading. I've got it in black. The hardest part about a zombie apocalypse is pretending I'm not excited. I like that one. Yes, I can agree with that one.
Yep. It's one of my favorites.
Keep calm and do it. I'll do it tomorrow. Yes. See, I think you've got 2 dots missing. I'll do IT tomorrow. That's what I say to everybody.
Well, this is what I wear when I do IT support.
Yeah, that's the type of thing I say when I'm doing IT support. In my head, may not be real, but they have good ideas. Unsupervised, I know. It scares me too, but the possibilities are endless. I've seen that one. One of my friends has got that one, and I wouldn't trust him unsupervised. I'm not pronosticating. I'm doing side quests. Come on. That's hard, really. I see the Assassins have failed. That's the one you were telling us about. Yes.
Yep.
Due to unfortunate Sims, I am awake. Yes. I think my wife would actually agree with that one with me every point. That's the thing I've got. I do like my T-shirts. They can be some fun ones.
Yeah, I had one. I had one once that said, "Don't judge by appearances. I'm a level 4 warlord."
Well, even my wife buys me t-shirts that she knows I like. I've got one. It's got the big D20. It says, "This is how I roll," and it's I've got the other one with a goblin stabbing a giant in the ass with a dick, and it says "roll for damage," and there's three ones.
111.
Exactly.
I have that one too.
Yeah, so my wife bought this, and she knows my taste, and I thought, yay! I like it when somebody actually knows the type of things I like and buys me them. So, but I do like my t-shirts as well, and it's ideal.
Yeah,
but,
I have way too many t-shirts, and a lot of them don't fit me.
No, do you know? I've actually said my wife's a celebrant, so I've actually said to her that when I die, I don't want people to wear black shirts or black ties, white shirts. I want everybody to wear a t-shirt with something sci-fi or geeky on it. Yeah. They can choose what they want.
Have you seen, Peter? Have you seen Eddie Izzard stand up about?
I saw him in Russia.
People.
I saw him in Russia.
Was he in a dress?
I saw him in Moscow. No, this is about. Let's see. Must have been about 4 years ago. I saw him in Moscow. All right, he had actually organised a show. I'd gone to visit my daughter in Moscow, and Eddie Izzard was on.
Well, he has a stand-up skit about back in the old days, because he's a polyglot. He learned stuff himself. He's multilingual and everything.
He's teaching himself Russian so he could actually do the next show in Moscow in Russian.
Yeah. He's actually that kind of smart kind of person. But he, I think it's from the comedy tour called Coming Out of a Book. But he's talking about Roman people hiring people to cry for you at your funeral as your casket was bearing through. But he said, no. If you're really going to make this like memorable, you're going to like put the coffin in like a catapult and just like swing it. It's like, phew. Go dead. It's like
I've got everything organised for mine. So I know what my music's going to be. Norman Wisdom, don't laugh at me because I'm a fool. I've thought
don't laugh at me because I'm a fool.
Exactly, that's what I want. I want when I'm going, and when I'm cremation and the curtains, it's the TARDIS sound, and just as the curtains close, exterminate, and that's literally the sound.
You know what? I remember this comedian, Australian comedian. His brother died, right? And his brother was a big fan of Doctor Who, and he said it was the weirdest thing going into the to the funeral, and he said, and he was getting cremated, and they said because there was the coffin, right, and it was the old style one with the curtains, and anyway. The curtains opened, and this is just at the end of the funeral, and the curtains opened, and just as the coffin started to move towards the curtains, the Doctor Who theme tune started. and he said the whole funeral, they just like couldn't take it seriously after that because it was just the weirdest thing.
Well, I said to my wife, when the curtains start closing, it's going to be the 66 theme tune. And as they finally close, there's just going to be exterminate and the sound of a blaster. And that's how I'm going to go out. That's my last sound that's going to come from my funeral. Is the theme tune. Exterminate. Just exterminate. And that is it. That's how it's... And I've already got that already. My wife knows all that. So
I'm thinking of getting cremated. I'm not thinking of getting buried now.
Well,
I'm like,
see, I'm a monumental mason by trade. Before I was in IT, I used to make headstones. My family were all into that. So, but basically, a lot of our family are cremated. And it's because my mum and dad, although we made the headstones, my mum and dad never liked the idea of wee worms digging through them.
No, well, it's not only just worms, but it's like, no one's going to visit you. Like, it's very rare that, you're going to get visited a lot. And I mean, I'm not really most of my family's on the mainland. I'm not going to get visited at all. So I'm like, well, maybe I should just flow on the wind,
Yeah. Well, that's the way I look at it. And this is basically... That's my dad's memorial card. I've got my mum's one sitting there, and my sister's. I've got them right in front of me. I don't need to visit them because they're always there.
Yeah,
So,
that's right.
That's basically how I look at it. Yes, I quite agree with that. It's just that,
and I mean, unless you're extremely famous, you're not going to be remembered like within 100 years, you know.
We're on YouTube. We might be that famous.
I doubt very much that YouTube will be around in 100 years.
No, but we might be that famous. I'm saying we might not continue on it, but we might be that famous.
We might get made into holograms so that people can watch it.
Oh, crap. I'm going to be the hologram from the Time Machine.
I'm thinking of Michael Jackson. You know, you're going to be one of those ones in the smoke, you know, that they have.
Yes.
Have you seen those?
Yes, I have. I'm actually looking. Yeah, I know exactly.
They look a bit shorter than what they.
But see, to me, that's going to be the first dimension holograms because it's the simplest ones. They can project me into smoke and it make you look at 3D. And that's as nearest you're going to get for the next while for holograms. You're never going to get a hologram that you see on the TV.
No, I mean, I understand the concept, and I'm not knocking Star Trek for it. I mean, they've been on the forefront of handheld devices and everything, and solid light may one day become a reality, but I don't think it's going to be light. I think it's going to be sound waves, so you can actually push through someone if they projected through you. So it's like if you really exert force, you can push through it. But I think that's a possibility because you can make sound waves. I mean, they have riot cars today that can make people sick to like stop the riot. We're making you sick with this invisible force. I think it's a possibility. I'm not clever enough to figure it out.
Well, you have other people to leave that up for you. You know?
Yeah, exactly. But I don't think holograms are going to be a thing as people perceive them as they wish they would be. I think wishing how they wish they would be, because we all wish certain technologies are going to be around for us. But
it's like virtual reality. You know, it's like when you have those goggles on, and you know, I don't want to bring this up really, but you remember the Star Wars Holiday Special when
the one with Chewbacca,
and he's
you mean sort of like the R2D2 is like just shooting something out, and it's like it's like his grandfather's got a porn movie on. And he's got the virtual reality goggles on and everything, and he's like really getting insanely turned on by it, you know. And it's like, you know, what's the name? Carol. She's this virtual reality person and that, but there's just no way that is going to be a possibility because you're still going to need your hand, aren't you?
Ready Player One, actually.
Well, that's where I'm having issues with the current ones, but it isn't because I have experimented, shall we say. But you're having something that literally blinds you to the rest of the world, and this is the current version they're selling, the VR thingy.
Yeah, I got a friend that's
you're doing your business. But because you have your headset on, you can't see shit. You have your headset on, you can't hear shit. Your mum will be walking in on you.
Yeah, well, you know those Google headsets. You know those ones that you can use your phone and everything on the in these headset type things. Well, a friend of mine, she's a porn star. I've known her way before she was famous, by the way. So anyway, she's done these virtual reality things, and they're really, really weird. Like, they're just strange, but they're like, it's really weird to be like 360, you know, and I don't see it working. I just don't see it currently working.
See, the thing is with VR, right? Have you read Ready Player One? I'm not talking about the movie Ready Player One. The actual book, Ready Player One.
Movie or book? So you're talking about book.
Book. Aye, the movie is absolute pants. I've read the book.
I like the movie.
No. I will give this, because we talked about it earlier. Ready Player One, manages to actually do a good justice to the actual original story without going over the top on, women are stronger, women are better.
It was tied down by the actual company that produced it, Warner Brothers, because
they got the actual the author to help rewrite the screenplay, but there's so much of what the book had they took out. They just
you know, they put The Shining in instead, and it was the worst thing they could have done.
Yes,
because I hate The Shining. I'm not a fan of Kubrick at all.
But The Shining was in the book, but it was only a wee bit. It was only a wee bit. It was just one of those things. But the thing is, I can't even remember what I was going to say.
No, you were going at the fact that there is a big leap between the book and film.
Yeah, but in the book, the VR they were talking about, and it was great because he puts on a bodysuit, right? So it's almost like a wetsuit. You put it on, but it's got suction in the inside, so it attaches to all parts of your body. So there's the parts of your body, so you can still go to the loo, but it's still in this suction cup. So when they're in VR, they put the goggles on. What the VR feels, his body feels. So it basically, when he was thinking about it, he was thinking, well, you couldn't have a VR sex unless you're using yourself. So what would happen if you had a suit that had all these suctions that attached to every part of your body, which they recommended when you're purchasing it, that you completely save your body just so it helps. So they talk about that in the book, and Wade in the book actually, when he breaks up with Artemis, he goes a bit nuts and spends a week or two in the porno world. Yeah. And it was a case of he had to get out because it was literally killing him. But it was that. But they take that the author had actually thought about it and thought, well, yeah, a pair of goggles and a pair of gloves won't do it for you because you have to. So he thought, well, what if they bought this suit that attached to every part of your body? So if somebody slapped you could feel it there. If somebody actually shot you could feel the bullets hitting. But obviously, just you could feel where they were meant to be hitting, that type of thing. But he took that to the logical conclusion. What would you do if you had it all over your body and you went to a porn world? You've got all that feeling. And but that's
still
the
not
thing.
Real, though.
It's not real, but that's what he took it to that extent to where your body would be seeing things. You would be seeing things, and your body is feeling what you're seeing. It's that the virtual reality. Yes, it's not real, and it doesn't look as realistic as the real thing.
I do agree, because I mean, you know, I when I got my PSVR. I don't know if you've ever been in a PlayStation VR, but
my nephew had one and they let me try it.
Did they let you do the Batman one?
I don't know. It was a shooting one. It's basically I was in a car and there was bikes coming up and I had to lean over.
Yeah, well, being in the Batman one, you know, you have certain areas that are quite scary and that sort of thing, and like
the shark.
Yes, that's it. That's what I'm thinking of, and you know, like. Literally, you just have to realize that, you know, you have to keep yourself grounded, that you aren't actually there and that there is no fear factor.
See, that's the point. My nephew was disappointed with me. He loved it with my wife and my sister because I was watching it and the shark was coming up and I'm sitting there and he goes, "Can you see it yet?" I says, "Uh-huh." He says, "No freaking you out." I says, "But the problem is I know it's not real." He says, "You know, much fun." And it's because obviously I was aware of it, but see when my wife went on it, she freaking screamed, "Get them out." And same with my sister freaked out. But it's because, I suppose, just because I knew it was real, yes, I could appreciate it, but I didn't freak out for it. But as soon as they put one, it was heights. That's when my body went, "I don't care if you know this is no real, you're going to crap yourself," because I've got a vertigo. And basically, I'm sitting there and I goes, "I ain't letting down. I'm not letting down. No way." And I'm sitting in the chair. I can feel myself sitting in a chair, still going, "I'm not letting down."
I think this might be something that is lost on maybe this generation or on some people. I don't know. There might be people who is going, "That's pixels coming at me. I don't care." But there is very lovely game. I'm trying to remember his name. Forgive the name not being mentioned, but basically you're a special forces soldier. You're being flown in, airdropped into a city that has been completely quarantined. Nothing can get out of it. We're talking like 200 feet ceramic walls, cement walls, whatever it is. Nothing can get past it. But your job is to try and help the people within that haven't been zombified just yet. And you do a lot of parkouring. So you go up like a construction crane and you're like skimming along the top of the line. But the way they managed to portray it is like you're walking along and suddenly, because unfortunately the landing, you got bitten by one of the zombies. And that gives me vertigo like nothing. Even though I know I'm on the flat screen, I'm not in the game, I'm just steering, like, move the camera this way.
Yeah,
but suddenly it starts wobbling, and it's like, this, like, if you fall, you're dead.
Yeah, I'm sure that the one I had the exact same thing. I'm sure it was Wolfenstein 3D. It was you do all the bits and then you have to get to the castle, and the only way to get across to the castle is a cable car, but the cable car doesn't work, so you have to shimmy across the lines to each of the stances. And see, that point I had to stop and I could not play it because the vertical was going, nope, I ain't playing. And I had to get my nephew to get me across that just so I could finish the game. Because it literally, although I'm sitting watching the screen like this, I just because of the depth I could see in front of me, I could not play it because I could just feel myself go, oh. And I thought, no, I had to switch that off, and I had to get my nephew next time he was over to get me over that. But it's basically vertical. That was the only thing, like the one you were talking about with the shark. I could sit there thinking, no, it doesn't freak me out because, and it doesn't bother me because I'm underwater. It doesn't freak me out. But as soon as it showed you one and you were over heights, it's because my eyes said you're too high. And that's where the bits that's freaked me out. But I did like the car shooting one, but the shark one didn't freak me out, but the height one just made me feel so queasy because my eyes said you're too far up. Even though I could feel my butt in a chair, I could look and go, oh, I'm going to fall.
But you still have that,
It is that, and I think there's a lot of people who don't understand that because they're playing the games all the time. So to me, it would worry me because see if they're ever up that height, they would have no fear and try and do something stupid. Your reason you've got fear is because to be cautious. But because people have grown up playing those games and they don't have that natural fear of heights and stuff like that, whereas they come up somewhere it's height, they don't have vertical, and they think it's not a problem, it's like the game, and that's the part it would freak me out.
But this is the weird thing for me. It's I love flying. I've been in a biplane with someone doing loop-de-loops.
Well, I've not been in a biplane. I've been in a wee two-seater plane taking a shot.
Yeah. Yes, I was actually simulated air combat as well, but boy, those guns are really loud. fake bullets or not, you're ducking.
Yeah, but no, I've actually piloted a small two-seater. It's smaller than my car, so it was smaller than, oh God, wee teeny thing. The wings had just taxied. The guy took us up, flew, and then I got a shot of it. And I loved it. And I've got a fear of heights, but see, inside an enclosed place, I had no problem flying.
It's the same. If I go up a ladder, okay, I probably might be able to go like 20 feet. And then you go, it's like, well, that's actually going to hurt, but I'm still okay. But video game vertigo is really weird because it's like, That's really far down.
Yeah.
And I know I got my butt planted in the chair. It's not going. I'm not going to fall.
Yeah.
But my character might, and I'm just going to.
But that's the thing. It's just your eyes are seeing the depth. And that's the thing about some of the VR. When your eyes tell your brain something that you know can't be true, but because your eyes are seeing it, you're. But that takes us back to the Ready Player One, because if your eyes are seeing something and your body's feeling it, does it matter if it's not real? Because your eyes and your body are telling your brain it is. Whereas, like, you can see something. So if you're watching the shooting game or the underwater game and stuff like that, you can see it, but because your eyes, you know that's thing that your eyes are just saying to your brains, there's a shark coming towards you, but I know it's not real. Whereas the distance, your eyes are going, fucking hell, look at your eyes are looking at it, but your brain's going, oh fuck, we're going to fall. And it's that aspect of it. Certain things work very well in VR. Certain things I don't think work as well. And that's the thing. So you imagine you got a fear of spiders. In your VR, you see a spider crawling. Because it's your eyes see the spider, you might not feel the spider, but because you've got a fear of spiders, doesn't matter if you feel it or not, it's going to freak you out. I understand that, because some people are scared of certain things. My wife hates wasps and bees. They freak her out. And it's because when she was a kid, she got stung. And basically, I can understand that. So she freaks out even if one's just near her where she can hear a buzzing. So she doesn't need to see it. But there's certain things that if somebody's got a fear of spiders and there's tarantulas crawling all over her, she can't feel it. So she would be looking going, that's really cool because they look real, but I can't feel them in my arm, so it makes no difference. Whereas if she saw a spider, even if she couldn't feel it, she would freak out because her eyes are saying, spider! And I can understand that aspect of it, but I must admit, there's certain things I love about VR and there's certain things I hate. I remember my boss had the VR TV with the glasses, and we thought, VR, I remember this when I was a kid with the blue and the red glasses with the wooden thingies, they're rubbish. And I tried them, and I'm sitting there like that, just watching it. It was like an aquarium, and I'm going, because I felt as if I could reach out and grab the fish. It was so good. It was literal 3D, and I'm sitting there going,
yeah, the IMAX introduction was just absolutely amazing, because
it's that
you had this plastic paper nonsense. It was like blue, red. You put it on, and it's like, whoa, crap! I can touch stuff.
Aye, that's what it felt like. But this is the ones where it was the glasses. So the glasses were just all dotted, so it didn't look blue and red, but it basically didn't. So if you took your glasses off and watched it, you could see the blur on it. Some of the 3D you can watch now, as if you don't have the glasses, it just looks a wee bit blurry, but it doesn't look blue-red, two things over the top of each other, where the old ones used to be. If you didn't have the glasses, it just looked as if it was out of focus and there was a blue and red filter. But I must admit, I was so freaked out. I sat there for 10 minutes watching an aquarium because it looked so real. And I was going like that, trying to reach out to the fish just to see if I could touch them, even though I knew it was the 3D. But it's crazy how your mind works with these things. You know it's fake, but even though you know it's fake, there's certain things you're going, no, Disney, I can't grab it. Can't grab it. And it's just, you don't, that's even though I turned around and says, my brain knew the shark wasn't there. There's other times when I went, oh, wow, I can't get it. And it just goes to show how your brain works. Sometimes you can know that's fake, but your brain's going, grab it, try and get it.
Yeah, there's like this one game called there's a Batman one, and like you are literally Bruce Wayne in it, and you are treated like Bruce Wayne, and it's like when you're Batman, you're like, I'm Batman, you know. So you're like up on the rooftop and whatever, and you're looking down, and like there are these, you know, thugs down below, and you're like watching them, you know, and you're just like, then you end up taking them out and everything, and you honestly, it empowers you. you know, because suddenly you're in this entire differently, like this world that, you know, you'd love to be in, you know. And so those sort of things are fantastic, you know.
Oh, there's a question for you. We'll finish off in a wee while because it's been 4 hours and it's after 1 here. But if you could come into your room tomorrow and there's a door, it said holodeck, and you had access to this holodeck for 1 week, just 1 week, what programs would you run? What would your it could be if you could actually have anything.
Tom Paris French like pool table salon, because it would be casual, it would be retro, it would be leave your worries at the door.
It's a holodeck. I would have a Napoleonic battlefield. How's that for something weird? I would love to go through something that I could never in my life, because I'm a big fearty, try and relive to see how it could feel. Because you know you're not going to die, so when it comes down, it's just a case of trying to live something real. But if I was going for sci-fi, what scenario would I want to have in my holodeck?
I'll be Han Solo of the Millennium Falcon any day.
I'll be Mal from Firefly. A Firefly week in the Serenity holodeck. So you would be a Han Solo week on the Millennium Falcon. What about you, Matt?
I'm just trying to think. I mean, definitely for, like, you know, just an everyday sort of thing, so you could just mellow out. It would probably be like a cafe, and I would probably be just like, you know, I'd sitting down drawing and that sort of thing with lounge music playing in the background, you know, and that sort of thing would be mellow for me. But like, as far as like a sci-fi-ish type of scenario, I'm just trying to think. I wouldn't choose for something like Star Wars or anything like that, which is really weird for me, you know. I'd probably go for something like not a horror thing, definitely not. I'm just trying to think. I don't know. It would have to be probably. Actually, I'd probably say the Marvel Universe, which is it's strange as well. But you know, just that. Maybe a superhero. I'd be a superhero. I'd be a superhero, definitely.
What one would you choose? Spider-Man. Peter Parker. I know. I love Spider-Man. Yeah. It's basically the thing that stopped Spider-Man for me was the Spectacular Spider-Man when Doc Ock became. That's the one thing. It basically I just went no. And since then, I've not actually read a Spider-Man. I've just still got some of my old comics, but I don't know. It was just the Spectacular Spider-Man.
Because you know, it'd be like you're up on the street. It's nothing like Batman, you know, nothing like that. Because I mean, I've been Batman already, and it's not something that I do every night, you know. I mean, it's just not. But being Peter Parker, you know, it'd be just like, you know, choose what you want to do, you know, like, so if you just want to go swinging, hey, just go swinging, you know.
Same as Serenity. If I would just want to actually chill out, I could just chill out on Serenity and not have to worry about taking a job, but something else. But see, if I had to go casual somewhere like if I was wanting to chill out, I would go classic Hollywood canteen, where I could sit back and watch extras come in with all their gear from what movie they're doing, or a star walking in and having a coffee with things
it's like that famous scene, you know, that famous
Reynolds.
cafe, you know, that famous cafe painting, the one with like Marilyn Monroe and all that sort of thing. So you'd be in like a little cafe and be like up on a stool and that, and then like all of a sudden, you know, like
just sit there and maybe just Sidney Poitier or
Harrison Ford or someone just
something like that. Stan and Ollie come up and sit beside us. Just a cafe like that, I think, is a relaxing one. Also, the fact is, in the background you would see the extras dressed up as robots because they're filming that in Nick's studio. The type of thing you used to see in the old things that they would be extras all lining up because dressed in whatever movie they're doing.
You see, what I'm getting from you, your dream, if we're going to put it here, PJ, is you're basically talking about the end of Blazing Saddles, where they're crashing through and just coming into all the other sets where all the other actors are. But I chose Millennium Falcon because Han Solo, that's his ship. That's his ship. He's captain. He can go anywhere he wants. He's unfortunately stumbling into trouble because he goes where he wants.
I did Serenity and Malcolm Reynolds the same idea, but if you had a place to chillax, you said Tom Paris's bar. So I was just taking it from where would I go? See, that's just because Matt had his place to go and relax, a nice cafe where he could draw and have nice music. So you've got where would you sci-fi like to be and what would you like to do? But if you had to relax, where would you like to go? And I think that's where my relax.
I mean, that's what I like to do in real life too. But I used to just chill. I mean, I can't really. The weird thing is, like, I have trouble. I just can't draw at home. I need to get out and about and that sort of thing, and just that's where the creative juices happen. But it's annoying when you go to a cafe or something and people are like, oh, what are you doing, and all this sort of thing, and it's like you get those interruptions and you're like you become defensive and you're just like I'm just here to chill. I'm just here to be, I'm not here for a conversation. If I was here for a conversation,
See, basically this is my place I go to relax. There's basically I'm already got my relaxing place. And if I want to go out to relax, me and my wife go out and we just go somewhere nice and just have something to eat or go a walk around the shops, something. But this is my relaxing place. So I'm lucky in that respect. So
it's strange too, because you have like your headphones on and everything like that, and you're in another world and everything like that of your own, but of course those people around you don't see that, so they just think, oh, this guy's, what's he up to, there's nothing more irritating for me as an artist anyway when I get interrupted.
Or they come over and give it the
they've had that
to see what you're doing. Unluckily enough, I'm about as talented at drawing, writing, anything, singing, dancing, whatever, as a stone. My father could play the 12-string guitar, could play the accordion, he could sing. My mum could sing. My sisters could play the accordion, and my brother could play the thing. I couldn't even play a triangle. I am as tone deaf. I can't sing. So I've got no talent, apart from I've got a big mouth, and I'm not afraid to use it. But so basically, I've never needed to find space for me to do my thing because my thing is just, I don't have a thing because I've got zero talents.
I've got a big mouth, but I really can't do it on my own. I have to have something to bounce off of,
I do like having it to bounce off of, but I suppose if I need to, I can sit and chat.
Oh, if I go on a rant,
it goes better being a loudmouth if you have someone to bounce off of, because they will also do a balance check.
Yeah.
So that, okay, you shouldn't have said that. they will literally go, okay, that's the roof. Here's the wall. Here's the floor. Yeah. Keep it within this area. And it makes it better because you're more creative when you know what can and cannot be done.
Definitely. I used to do videos. I used to do this, record it, then add in bits and pieces. But I found that I would go on a tangent because there was nobody to. So I would start talking about something, and then it would go in somewhere else. And because there was nobody to say, but what about this? It would bring me back. I would just wander. That's why I like having people to chat to, because it can focus things. Also, they can wander, but it can come back, so it can bounce backwards.
That's why I think Gary does so well on Nerdrotics, is because, you know, he has these people, like, you know, he has up to like 4,000 people in chat. So if he's got nothing to talk about, you know, he's got like all these. Yeah, exactly. You've got all this area to talk, you know, about things. Yeah. But you know, it's a bit difficult when you're a very small channel, and you only have, you know, if you come live or whatever, you've got, you know, not a very big voice, you know, sort of thing. So you've pretty much just on your own for a lot of the time until someone pops in or whatever, you know.
Yes, and it's like, although I did pick up another subscriber tonight. Thank you, guys.
That's good. That's good. I probably brought him.
You more than likely did, and I'm happy to bring. That's why I keep saying it's Daniel. I keep on nicking his subscribers. So, because Daniel and the captain are like 200s and they've been get up and then seen it and coming. So every so often they lose a couple of subscribers, which I find is weird to sell. But I can understand some people go in, subscribe, think, nah, it's not for me, come off. I can understand that.
Yeah.
But the captain is basically, so every time he loses ones, I keep on telling him I've nicked them. They've come to my channel instead.
That's true. Well, you got me.
The thing is, it's as if we only watch one channel at a time. Yes, we might only watch one channel at a time, but we subscribe to hundreds. But it's the same. Jim, me, and the captains. So we
a lot of the time see something like this, you know, I can do it in the morning or whatever. I work during the entire rest of the week. I've only been off sick for the last 3 weeks, but you know, it's just the fact that the timing, a lot of the time, you know, sometimes with the Spacebook and that, it's like, you know, 4 o'clock in the morning or 1 o'clock in the morning or something like that. And if it's a work night, no way is it going to happen.
Yeah.
You know,
that's why we have the problems with the captain. He's New Zealand. And he usually starts about 10, 11. So which is about, 9, 10 in the morning. So he could go on for 5 hours. But that's 4 o'clock in the morning for me.
Well, see, I mean, like I said, I work.
I got work to do. I need to pay my bills.
It's the fact is, I need. I'm worried. My wife's actually I'm going to go in through there. And my wife's away because I've no spoken to her for 3 weeks. Because I'm on line, but it's the time differences. It can ring me, but the thing is, when it comes down to it, we seem to meet each other in the similar chat, so we all like similar things, and that is perfect. It's good to see people in the same chats that you're in, because you know, well, we've all got similar tastes. Perfect. Might get some of them in my channel. I might go sharing their channel, but it's the same idea. That's where I started. I started watching Gary. That's where I first started. Gary was the first one I really started watching.
Me too.
Then from there, Then basically I found other people who did similar things, and then gradually it worked down, and then met Daniel, and then I came across Cockneys because Daniel was on it. And it's that, and it's basically spread out. Now I watch The Inquisition. I watch part of Friday Night Tights only for the simple fact.
I don't watch any of that.
See, I only watch The Inquisition because I like Doomcock and I like Gary. So the Friday Night Tights, I don't like half some of the panel, so I'd only watch bits.
Well, that's the same with me, because I'm not the biggest Doomcock fan, and like a lot of the people that surround me, you know, they're like, oh, don't say anything bad about Doomcock. No,
I like Doomcock,
and I'm like, well, no, it's just the fact that I'm not a fan of his. I don't, exactly. You know, I can't stand his singing. I can't stand, you know, that sort of stuff just turns me off. And they're like, oh, he's a really good singer and everything like that. And I'm like, but is he? You know, and even like,
if he is,
don't say that. You know.
Even if he is, it's something I don't think. So I like some of his wee videos rather than his live streams. But the only live stream I watch is when him and Gary are talking the Inquisition, and it's because it's all UFO stuff. Because I like that.
It's like, you know,
not it's the Exozone, not the Inquisition. The Exozone.
There were certain people that, you know, were happy with getting an autograph, you know, or a $1 bill or something, you know, $100 bill with his face on it, you know, and I'm just like. But Doomcock's just a YouTuber, and he just, you know, and that sort of thing. He's not to me. He's nothing, you know, as far as you know, like he's not a celebrity. He's not.
He's
I
just,
know.
you know, he's like you, PJ. He's just a YouTuber who's trying to, you know, get a voice out there.
Yeah,
and
that's the way I look at it, because I've seen the TV programs. They go YouTube influencer. Says, you've basically got a channel same as me, so you've got a lot more subscribers, but you're not famous. You're basically somebody on social media. That is not important.
This person that's recently, you know, changed their face to look Korean and that, like, they said that their job is an influencer. And I'm like, well, I hope not. You know, because I don't want them influencing my kids.
See, that's the thing. It's they call themselves influencers.
Yeah,
but because people follow them.
Exactly.
That's exactly it. I've got a job. I do this for fun.
Yeah.
If I ever got to the point I had subscribers and I could give up my job, what would I do? I would still do the exact same thing. The only difference is I would maybe have more time to do it. But I don't want to influence people. The only influence I want to put in people is tell them the programs I like, and if I think they should maybe watch it. That's it. You know what I mean? And it's because I'm interested in it, and that's the point.
But the influencer title, whatever you want to call it, is just an extension of a blogger. I like this. I'm writing something, or I'm saying something about it. And that is it. But like we discussed through the evening, it's the attention deficit.
Mm-hmm.
People today put up a phone from the wallet and just go, okay, I didn't know what acronymous meant. Google. I know what it means. They didn't have a discussion and an understanding around, and I know I chose a very bad word, but they don't have the understanding around it. They didn't study it. They got told what it was.
Yeah.
And it's the same with media, content, music, TV shows, films, everything. They've been told what it is. It's good to watch Star Trek Discovery, Batwoman, whatever it is. It's good to watch this. They haven't been told that, hey, this is actually a really well-told story. It works this way, and this way, and this way, and it explores in depth these things.
Yeah.
It's like, this is good to watch.
It's influencers turn around and say, you should watch Star Wars. That is it. They're basically saying you should, and they're saying, oh, well, that influencer tells me so I should. No, what we do is we say, what do you think about Star Wars? Well, Star Wars is good because of this. This episode is bad because of this. This one's good because of this. And this is what you get into, and this is why we like it, and this is why we don't like it. We discuss it, we explain things, and people turn around and go, actually, it sounds a lot better than I thought because of the things they've said they don't like or like. And then they'll maybe go and look. We're not influencing them. We're just telling them what we liked, and they're making their own decisions. We're not trying to tell them.
Exactly. And I can describe something that I dislike to you, to the entire panel, not just the three of us that are here. I can say, I didn't like this, but you guys might actually enjoy that.
I'll give you an example, right? I didn't enjoy that because it was a old horror, and there was too many of these old mediocre Frankenstein monsters. You might turn and go, oh, I really like them.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Frankenstein monsters might be my thing.
See, I love the classic monsters, so I just had to, but you know what I mean? I've described something I don't like and why I don't like it. But just because I've described something I don't like, why I don't like it, you might think, oh, Frankenstein monster, I didn't know he was about that. So I might actually give that a go because we've discussed it, not just a case of, you should watch this because I said so. But what's it about? Doesn't matter. Just watch it because you'll be, I'm saying it's good, so you should like it.
Yeah, no, but this is why I like discussions like this. It's like we have the overlap. I know this is my side. These are the things that I like. You are a new connection, a new friend, a new someone. You're over here. There's tons of things on that very side that you absolutely love. You will spend hundreds of pounds on it. And now we go,
I'm a cheapskate.
Really?
So charity shops.
Well, you get the so not hundreds of pounds. You will visit hundreds of charity shops to get what it is you like. But I will go, no, I would not even do that. But because we have that overlapping, it's like, this is the area we love. We enjoy this. About even the stuff that you go, we're going to spend a weekend going to charity shops and get the stuff. I will go, not such a fan, but you will tell me there is an amazing storyline, a forgotten Doctor Who script, if we put it that way. And because I'm so and so about Doctor Who, is all right, I'll give it a shot. You said it might be good.
Yeah, it's the same idea. Like, for instance, I've said before, if I like something and you don't like it, that's not going to change the fact that I like it just because you don't. And me liking it shouldn't change how you feel about it. So, like I dug this out for particularly, right?
another shameless plug.
No, Arthur Askey's The Ghost Train, right?
I have that one.
I've got the full.
Actually, it's a different. I've got a different cover. Actually,
I had to create that cover. I created that cover.
Oh, did you? Oh.
Because I got.
That was the first movie I ever saw Arthur Askey in. I actually have his autograph. I think I showed you. So
yes, I'm very jealous. But I've got the Arthur Askey collection there. So is that?
Yeah, I do too. Yep. Oh, I love Arthur Askey. And I've not known here in Australia, but yeah.
Oh, I know. There's my next one. I'm going to be watching of Arthur's.
I really wanted the Arthur Askey, the doll that they released. In the 40s. I really you
got that one?
Yep, I've got that one, but it's a different cover as well. Did you do that cover?
No, this cover came with it. This is basically...
Yeah, no, I've got a different cover.
It's weird that, but that's what I'm saying. So, if I like Arthur Askey, but I know he's an acquired taste.
Yes, a lot of people don't like him.
Yeah. So, if somebody turns around and says, I didn't really like that film because of the slapstick humour, it's got that Arthur Askey in it, I'll go, oh, really? I'll be listening to it in a different vein in what you might be telling me about it, because I like Arthur Askey's humour. So you might say I don't like it because of this happens and that happened. I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds like Arthur Askey. I like that, so I might give that a go. But you're not turning around saying you shouldn't watch it because I said so. That's what an influencer does. We don't influence. We just talk about what we like and what we think people might like, and that is it. If you don't want to watch it, it's not going to affect how we feel about it. If you do go and watch it and come back and say I really like that, or I actually watched it and didn't like it, well, at least you gave it a go. But it's good for you if you watched it and didn't like it, or watched it and liked it. And if you liked it, you might like other things of the similar vein. So we're no influencing people. We're just actually talking about what we like.
I mean, I was extremely defensive of the fact that I had been exposed. I was fortunate.
You've been exposed?
Oh, the Scottish is coming out here now. I have no idea what you're doing in Glasgow this evening, but please keep the police out of it. But no, I had read through tons of the different, shall we say, genres, because when I grew up, there was there's the Hulk vertical, there is the Captain America, there is Spider-Man, Iron Man, all of them, and they were really verticals. They weren't too intermingled as they are now when I grew up.
But yeah, you got the occasional partner but it's just maybe for a couple of episodes and then it was separated again. Yeah.
Exactly. For me, it was Spider-Man was the one. For some reason, I it's like it felt best for me. And I quickly learned, was like, oh no, Hulk is the best. Hulk smash. Boom. Or like, no one can defeat Batman. And I was like, really? It's like Joker. case number one. But it got quickly from the sensitive. Oh, look at that. I actually, I'm sorry I'm going on a sideline here. I will try to remember what I was trying to say, but I met someone that had been a Spider-Man fan for 30 years, and he had never heard of the fact that Spider-Man did an uppercut and launched the Hulk into orbit.
I mean, look at the artwork in that.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Isn't it just?
That is beautiful. But
that's the one I was saying that. So I just showed it.
That looks actually like it's around the story where Hulk, for some reason, and I cannot remember this. This is literally 30 years ago when I read the story. So for some reason, Hulk gets mad at Spidey, but he doesn't come to New York immediately. It is literally like an outlining story. It's literally like spiraling. It's something that is coming, and it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. And at the time the Hulk decides to confront Spidey is literally the same day Spidey gets chosen to become Captain Universe or something. So Spidey has
the sensational She-Hulk. That is a beautiful one. But no, I think
they won't draw it that way.
No,
but
no, I know.
Again, going back to the story,
I think that is the one you're talking about because it describes it, the fight to the finish with the ever incredible Hulk.
Yep. And all Spidey does is don't touch those kids, smack, uppercut, and the Hulk is literally orbiting the moon from the uppercut. And the Hulk is just going, crap, this is not good.
Yeah. And the basically thing about the Hulk is the angrier he gets, the more powerful it becomes. So the thing is, he's obviously not been as angry as he could have been, or else Spidey couldn't actually deal with him that way. But that's why I liked the Hulk, because his anger was, he was always angry, but the more angry he got. So if somebody who was seen as powerful but not that powerful could deal with him, then he wasn't that angry with them. Yeah, I mean, look at that. He couldn't actually have. See, to me, that's Spider-Woman. See this Spider-Gwen and all that. You see the new ones. Nah, I'm not interested. That's to me Spider-Woman. I've got a load of their cards, and basically I could go through them for ages. So I better put them away because I need to actually be watching my time because that's 1:30, 20 to 2.
Oh, 22. Crap. It's the time.
That's the time.
It felt like we started like an hour ago.
I know, it's just because I said earlier about having an hour ago, I need to actually watch the time, and I just realised that we've still been going on, and it's been great. It's the problem, but we could do this again next week.
We'll be here next Saturday.
Yep, you two gents are always welcome.
Thank you very much.
No problem, and it definitely has. And Matt, we'll need to get together because you obviously your DVDs and stuff like that, your Blu-rays.
And I'll continue building out this whole display stuff. Now, I'm not sure how well it's shown on the cameras. Can you tell me who this individual are?
Well, wait a minute. Let's see. We'll give you. If I can give you a solo layout so it makes it bigger. Right. See. I know it sounds silly, but see the one on the left. That looks like a orc or thing from Dungeons. Warhammer. So it does. That's just what it reminds me. Because
you're getting close. This one.
That's what it reminds me of from Warhammer.
This is Zul'jin from World of Warcraft. He's the leader of the troll tribe.
I've never watched World of Warcraft or played
no, he's not. Unfortunately, he's not even in the World of Warcraft film at all. But he is in the actual lore a massive influence, and he is just as powerful as he looks on this picture.
Yeah. So the World of Warcraft, I mean, I've got that one. It reminds me of Conan, so Red Sonja.
Yes, she's not far off, but she's an actual complete franchise of her own. Her name is Aloy. And
I was going to say that's the one from Horizon Zero Dawn.
Yes, that is Aloy from Horizon Zero Dawn. I just thought
that was a sword. I couldn't really see that clearly, but I was going to say Aloy, and I thought no, I won't because it was not matching with the other pictures. So I thought no, that doesn't look like a Mac type gathering type because I'm not into those sort of things. So, yeah, no, I thought that might be Aloy, but I thought she was holding I hadn't seen that photo before, so I thought she was holding a sword or something.
It's an artist representation of her, so it's not exactly from like game or like original footage, but it's a gorgeous picture of the lady.
She's probably the last good protagonist of a video game, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I will agree with you on that. PJ, you may not have come across this.
I'm not a gamer. I'm not a gamer, so
I will say the best story in the last 5 years that I would recommend wholeheartedly saying, buy a PlayStation 4. I don't care how much it costs. Buy this game. Now, you can
get it on PC too, by the way.
Now you can. You couldn't originally, but now you can. But I would say you're set back maybe 300 quid, but you will have roughly 45 hours worth of an amazing story. So I'm trying to keep it as short as possible.
See, the problem is I can't.
No, you'll be fine.
I can't.
You'll be fine.
I used to play Counter-Strike. So I can't even actually.
Did you know that?
No,
did you know that
fine.
Xbox has released a disability controller, so you can actually change it to whatever you want to use it for.
Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be perfectly fine. But this is a very young girl, and she may not look like it, but she. In this photograph, like the time.
Don't give it away. Don't give it away too much.
Hey,
I'll try to.
You can
but
watch
she's
the last
very
10
young.
minutes of a program and watch the thing.
Hey, watch it on YouTube. Watch
that's a good idea. But
send me the link, Jim. Send me the link to a YouTube one, and I'll watch it.
I'll try to sell it to you still, though, just to give you like a hook in.
Yeah. All right. Well,
she's an abandoned kid raised by an outlawed father. The outlawed father is not necessarily outlawed per se. He just chose a certain path. She has been forced to be raised up under his control, so to speak, not forced as in you have to. This is just what happened. But she's been given a chance to rejoin society because everyone has that choice. But the story goes further than that. She actually discovers a lot of things along the way that really takes time to dig into, and they are not procrastinating, they're not prolonging the telling of it, they're actually keeping it short and sweet, but they are telling an amazing story over 35 hours worth of gameplay.
I think I'd be more interested in the story because I'm not a big gamer. I stopped playing games about 9 years ago.
Yeah, what if you're not interested, then just but like you're interested in the
I'll
characters.
try and find the story on video.
I'm happy to watched the YouTube story about it. That sounds very interesting. I actually do enjoy those.
I'd probably go for that.
I don't watch. As I said, I used to.
If you're not a gamer, you're never going to get into games. I can tell you that.
I used to at the Medal of Honor and stuff like that. I used to play all those. The first person.
Oh, see, they don't really have story.
See, I know they never did. I used to enjoy first person shoot 'em ups, but since that's happened, I can't even play those. I can't even actually play the basics. I basically that's how I play a game in that hand because I can only do it. I can't actually move two fingers, so I can't even do left right. So it's a ding. That's my shooting hand. Anything else was just, and that's basically that's.
I will still say this best accessible game ever. Unless, obviously, you want to collect all the achievements. But if you want to collect all the achievements, you have the lightning reflexes of a 16-year-old. However,
you've got the lightning reflexes of a 60-year-old.
That is the same here. But I got through it. I got through it on the remote control. Was literally like breaking apart in my hands.
Send me a link to the story and I will definitely watch that.
I will definitely find it. But we come to the
Boondock Saints.
Have you seen this film?
No.
Matt,
you seen the Boondock Saints?
No.
Right. You have missed out. This is a very, very great film. And I can tell you, it can never ever have been made today. Because literally the first thing that happens in this film is one of the heroes is getting smacked over his face with a massive fish by a feminist because he offended her.
I thought you said it couldn't be made today. It sounds as if it did get made today.
Was it a fish though, or did it just smell like fish?
Yes, they work in the butchery / fish factory. But it's two nice Catholic Irish boys that get fed up by the crime going on in Boston. And they become the Avenging Angels. And to not spoil too much, Batman has nothing on these guys. They are way worse than Batman.
I will have a look.
They are nicer.
Next time I'm out, I'll keep an eye out for that one, definitely. But it just first, I know it sounds silly, but it reminds me of Monty Python, the sketch with the fish.
Well, it has Billy Connolly in it.
I will definitely keep an eye on it. I've seen two Billy Connolly movies. One I didn't like, one I did. The one I didn't like was Mr. Brown.
The Man Who Sued God as well.
And the one I Sued God is the one I liked.
Oh, really?
I liked it because I liked the whole premise of it. The guy who had to take
Australian,
on the
isn't it?
Yeah. It's basically because he had to take on the
See, I'm not a huge Australian fan.
Right. I will give you guys this question. How morbid is your humor?
Very. I'm okay with that. We are basically Glasgow. We can actually have more fun at a Glasgow wake than we can at a London wedding.
Right. I will say in this film, there is a scene where I highly recommend do not be drinking something as you see it because it will come flying out. Definitely. And you will go, shit, I actually feel bad about that.
I never feel bad if I find something funny. Never.
No, you will find this is the perfect one example. I will not spoil it, but watch it. Keep an eye out for it. And if you watch it by next time we catch up, you will know exactly the scene I'm talking about.
eBay will be my.
Does it involve dwarves?
I'll actually Amazon Prime see if they've got.
All I can say is I love it because it's unapologetic nature, its cleverness, and you will see some things in this film you will not see elsewhere. You will see clever, smart, and dumb combined all in once. Where they should have been smart, they played dumb. Where they went dumb, suddenly it was smart. Where something was an accident, it was like, wow, that really was an accident. But you didn't expect the follow-up. And I will give you this kicker. It contains a joke with the N-word. But the N-word is still the N-word. So they didn't break that line. But it is a really funny joke. And anyone I met that I've told the joke to or told them to see this, they just went, yep, it was actually really funny.
Yeah, I'm just trying to check, just see if I've actually got that, because I've got my list of all my movies, and I'm just trying to see. I've got the Bud Spencer's, Boondock. So is it, unless it's under the Boondock Saints?
Boondock Saints. There is a cartoon TV show called The Boondock Saints.
No, this is under my movie, so it's basically just in case I've actually filed it under the Boondock at the Black Hole, the Box Trolls, Cry. No, I've definitely.
I'm also going to give you guys this thing. I got these things from this plate. So they're just metal plates.
Yeah.
And all you do is a magnetic sticker on the wall.
I'm trying to think, was it not, what do you call them? The quartering, did he not actually, was he not, they're actually not lined up. You need to get that lined up. My OCD will kill you.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like look at the webcam and
I actually get it. But did the quartering not actually? He was advertising stuff like that, similar idea.
Oh, I started collecting these things long before him. I have like 10 plates now. They're not that bad. UK price, you can get 3 for 26 quid or something, and these are the small ones. The medium ones are 4 times the size, so they're absolutely
not got
massive.
A lot of space. I've not got a lot of space left on my walls.
Join the club. No, I need to buy a house.
As you can see, basically the wall there is completely full, and it basically even right behind my CD.
I've had to put all my stuff in boxes lately.
That's all right. You haven't attached anything to the ceiling.
What bit?
No, I have shelves all taking over my walls and everything. So
I've got shelves all the way down there, and I've got shelves halfway up there, but all the wall above has got all my pictures. It's got all my pictures. That's the problem. I'm running out of space on my wall, and my DVDs are now starting to double up all the way across. My wife is saying, "How am I going to actually put the ones that I got? I got about 30 today." And I got them for pennies. So like, I've got about 30 DVDs, and they cost me something like £8. Because basically charity shops are great.
Yep.
So,
see, I don't use charity shops. I use dollar shops. That's where I get all my good shit from.
See the charity. I always check the Poundland and stuff like that. I check them as well. Yeah. But you're talking about 4 for £1. Yeah. And I got the V miniseries, the original. Yeah. As part of it. So, I mean, 4 of them.
PJ, you're my age.
Yes, I'm in the mid-50s.
Do you remember when these DVDs first came out? They were like 30 quid a DVD.
Yes. Oh, even then. I remember, I'm that old that I remember if you wanted to buy a VHS to own, it could cost you over £120 if you wanted to own a movie. Yeah. There's MC. Hi. We're actually just about to finish, but hi. We've only been going for nearly 5 hours.
Yeah, I'm going to have to head off soon.
I know, I need to go. To my
bed. It's been a long day for me. I've been up since 7 here in UK.
there's MC. He's saying, hi all, getting a bit late for me, much alcohol and just come off Brown channel and couldn't resist the goodies.
I would love to say that this is alcohol, but it's Ribena, unfortunately. It looks like wine, but
Iron Brew.
Yeah. But wait, you're even worse than I am. You're literally drinking energy drinks. Well, Scottish energy drink.
Not that I'm sponsored, but get Iron Brew. I drink a load of that. I'm terrible for that. I drink at least 1.5 liters a day. So I drink a lot of.
I will say this: Iron Brew will kill any whiskey hangover in no time whatsoever.
Yeah. Nice to see you, MC.
You too, MC. Have a nice drink.
Yeah, we're heading off too.
Definitely. So, guys, that's been almost 5 hours. Thank you very much for being so entertaining.
We should probably start earlier next time so we don't run so late. But I'm not sure that's going to be guaranteed.
But the thing is, we could start earlier, and Matt could join later on because he's 6 o'clock in the morning for us at 9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, and I'm getting tired now. So
yeah, and Wendy,
I've got a whole day to go through. So.
Wendy and that kind of do a lot earlier. So, and it's one of those things. Try to get a time frame where it suits everybody. Yeah. I could start at 8. We could go on and then
weekends are always good though.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because tomorrow I'll just have a long lie.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm busy. I'm working. I'm back at work.
You're lucky there, PJ. I'm on call.
Well, basically, as long as my phone's beside me, I can have a long lie and just get up when the phone rings. But
go back, MC. You can see he shows off the artwork.
Yes, definitely.
About 20 minutes ago.
Okay, so thanks again. Thanks for everyone who's joined us in the chat. Thank you, everybody. Give it a thumbs up, and we'll see you next week. So, from Matt, Jim, myself.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us, and good night. And remember, I'm not old. I'm classic. PG maybe,